Gather round, we got no gods to please. Saturday night, no sermons, just ease. Discussions flow like midnight breeze. No prophets here, just minds to tease. We talk big bangs and evolution, question faith with our solution. Stars align in our confusion, breaking free from old illusion. Join the fun, no need for trust. Dust to dust, we're stardust. No heaven high or hell to fear. Saturday night, we hold it dear. Fun and laugh at myth believers. Here we're all truth seekers. Open hearts and swift deceivers. Make your stand, no hidden levers. Raise your glass to reason's thrill. No ancient text, it's our own will. Debate till dawn, feel dull and chill. Saturday night, we've got the skill. Echoes of a godless choir, like the world was fought the fire. Free thought mindset to inspire. No holy walls to take us higher. Join the fun, no need for trust. Dust to dust, we're stardust. No heaven high or hell to fear. Saturday night, we hold it dear. Join the fun, no need for trust. Dust to dust, we're stardust. No heaven high or hell to fear. Saturday night, we hold it dear. Join the fun, no need for trust. Dust to dust, we're stardust. No heaven high or hell to fear. Saturday night, we hold it dear. Fun and laughs at myth believers. Here we're all truth seekers.
Greetings. Welcome to the Captive Desk, hosting Saturday Night at the Atheists. I'm joined here with Mike from Answers in Atheism. Hello, Mike.
Hello, hello. I'm here,
And we-
kind of. I think I'm
And
here.
I see Brainless is going off to bed. Have a good night, Brainless. And Commander's here, and Jackie's here, and Trees is here. Hello, everybody. And I know some other folks are going to be stopping through. There's some streams going on here, so as they wrap up, some other folks should be stopping by.
When is Joe's stream wrapping up, or is it?
I'm not sure, but he said he's going to redirect over here, so appreciate that.
Yep.
He was talking about a certain YouTuber, and hello, Randy.
Hey,
Crystal,
Randy.
hello. And so they were going to do a stream, and then they didn't because this YouTuber was giving them some problems or whatever. But then they decided, you know what, we're not going to let somebody give us problems, right? So doing it, they went ahead and they were doing it.
So does
Hello,
Swifter,
BS and Jedi, hello.
Dave?
Go ahead, Mike.
Does Swifter have a channel?
Swifter.
Does anybody know if Swifter has a channel?
If who has a channel?
Swifter.
I don't know.
I'm not sure of that.
Chris. Well, we have Crystal here. Crystal, does Swifter have a channel? Crystal would know.
Crystal's already linked one channel today, so one down.
Have you seen Swifter before? Do you remember what he looks like?
No, I can't. But he was on the stream, and he and I, we seem to agree on a lot of things. So I'm interested in refining my ideas about physicalism. So,
Now he spells it Swifter with an E.
I think so. Yeah.
I did find the Swifter channel says something like artist, programmer, producer, but that's
that
about
might-
all I see.
Yeah, that might be it. Let me take a look.
Although his @ is Swifter YT, so that may not be it. Hold on, I have a dog fight going on in the back. Hold on.
Yep.
Yeah, you do.
Filters.
So is everybody gearing up for the holiday?
Oh yeah, I'm really enjoying this one actually. I didn't for the first year I wasn't able to spend a fortune on my kids. So I'm kind of winded down to Social Security right now. And it really but it feels good. I just got them something I care about and they might care about. I care about it anyway. Yeah, I just feel really good about Christmas this year, and it's really interesting.
Dogs today. What are you going to do?
My sister, unfortunately, just went in the hospital with pneumonia.
Ouch.
Well, that's
yeah.
no good.
No, that ain't no good.
Hope she's all better soon.
Worried about her. Her oxygen went down to 83. That ain't good.
Way back in 2002, I was put in the hospital with pneumonia, but it turned out to be related to some old school blood pressure meds the doctor put me on, caused me to retain so much water. I ended up with pneumonia, as well as a big sack of fluid around my heart.
Yeah, lisinopril can do that to some people. Your lungs just don't work right at all.
Hello, James Apperson. How you doing?
Mr. Apperson.
There's about 100 Swifter channels. Swifter is pretty common. So. What about Swifter YT?
The mystery man, Swifter. The mystery of the internet.
Got to find that man.
Mystery net.
Hey, even Crystal's not sure, so.
Yeah.
Hello, Spooky.
Some way to get
Merry Christmas, and Merry Christmas to everybody that celebrates Christmas. And if you don't, or if you celebrate another holiday, happy holiday to whatever you do celebrate. And speaking of the holiday, yeah, I came across a video that's called A Christmas Sermon for Atheists, and I was like, well, that's perfect. It is Saturday night. Probably a bunch of people going to church tonight and having their really Christmas sermons. So this channel already had their beginning. This was I think the first day of the month. So this was a couple of weeks ago, but they're out and it's not an antagonistic video or anything. I just like the title, and we want to have a little more fun, have some antagonistic stuff too. It's from a little bigger channel, so I didn't really want to, do that as the highlighted thing or anything. But if we're done with, let me see, got his name, Pastor Corey. If we're done with Pastor Corey, we can always click over to that, because this other channel was a lot more antagonistic. So, hi, Joe. How you doing?
What's up, guys?
Hey. So we got the Jim Bob crowd stirred up again yesterday. They've been chatting back and forth on Austin's channel and my channel, trying to argue with me about why atheists like things to be true. So why do you like things to be true? I don't know. It's like,
well, for one thing, I think most people like things to be true. Let's not narrow the categories too much. Most people do.
Yeah, I like Bitcoin to be true. once in a while.
Yeah, I like my bank account to be true.
My bank account, yeah. Yeah, I
the,
like my
the bills to be true.
I like to have true kids instead of artificial, imaginary ones. I don't know. True kids.
Like if I'm going to go pick somebody up and they give me the address to pick them up at, I want that address to be true.
Like,
well, it's another all or nothing argument, isn't it?
I want
It's
false things to be true.
Yeah, that you can't know true things unless you know all things, or some kind of argument like that, right?
Or true is grounded in this being that I imagined, yet I presuppose.
Have you ever heard this statement is a lie? This statement is a lie.
Oh yeah.
Go play with that for a while, Jim Bob. Don't hurt yourself.
They
were in my channel talking
migraines.
Yeah,
they were in my chat going on about stupid stuff.
Yeah, I saw them over there.
Yeah.
One thing I think they're getting at is they like, okay, if we just believe in God, then the world will be a better place, is what they come up with. But I don't agree with that, because I know a lot of people that have all kinds of religious dogma and doctrines, and it ends up making them assholes. So I would rather, if God is true, that's something we really want to know for sure, right? If we can. We want to know if it's end up with this fork up our ass when we die.
Well, in the Middle Ages, they had it all their way. The Christians did, in the whole continent, Europe, and things weren't really that great. So, I don't think if everybody believed in God, I don't think things would be better.
They'll say, like, when you point at like some of the horrific things that the church has done, they'll say, well, like those are, people have done bad things or whatever. And like a lot of times you'll get into that No True Scotsman where they'll say, well, those people aren't Christians and these people aren't Christians and whatever. But like they do believe though. And so if everybody believing doesn't have a net positive, then since we're talking about things being true, how can that be true? Or even if it's not a net positive, even if it is a net positive, but there's negative things that come out of it, then it would still be a rational position to hold that you don't want everybody to believe that a God exists.
Well, that's what Jim Bob's arguing is, what does it hurt, right? And I know James Apperson has talked about it a lot of times. It's like, there's a reason that most of us talk about Christianity and Islam a little bit, Hinduism a little bit, is because of the problems they're causing. Hundreds of other religions you don't hear about, do you? They're not bothering anybody. So that there's if you want to have your religion, fine, but it's when you start imposing it on people or wanting to impose it on people, and there's the problem.
And what's the deal? There's about 4 core things in Christianity that are useful: not killing people, being generous, taking care of others, showing empathy, forgiveness. There isn't, there are a whole lot of philosophies and doctrines that can provide those same guidelines, right? We don't need the goddamn Bible, which has stuff about goats in their mother's milk and bullshit like that. We just don't need this. So I kind of want to, have a true belief, and I'm not going to just adopt. In fact, adopting a false belief that narcissistic and voluntarism. A lot of people believe that you can't just choose to believe something that's not true. I think you can, because we actually practiced a discipline where we adopted a belief that we didn't believe was true at the core, and we actually trained ourselves to act as if we believed it long enough that it actually seemed like a belief, but we very easily got rid of it. So
mind control.
And hey, Jasper, and hi, Ryan. Yeah, Ryan was on talking with Joe.
Deep State Annex.
Commander. Hello, Commander.
Now, all you people should subscribe to Answers in Atheism right now.
That's right.
So I get bump.
Yeah, I heard about this study where they did a study. It was double blind, or at least I think one of the study people were blind, and they said listening to Answers in Atheism increases your well-being by 33%.
I read that, and it increases your eyesight, like gets rid of cataracts, all kinds of things. Yeah, all kinds of benefits. What are we doing?
And don't forget to subscribe to the Captive Desk too. 413 subscribers, get to 500, and I want to have some Bigfoot emojis. So make sure you're subscribed. Get up to 500. It's getting there. Closer and closer. We're getting there.
Whenever the evening is coming up on us, I go out onto the porch in the late light of the day, and I stare longingly at the tree line, hoping that today will be the day that I'll catch a glimpse of Bigfoot and have a story to tell my
There he is.
What's up, American Zombie? How you doing, man?
So I'm looking at a sunset right now. It's just absolutely beautiful. It's like gold, just gold bars running across the sky. It's unbelievable. Pretty cool.
Yeah, we've kind of had dreary and very cold. Tonight's going to be in the teens Fahrenheit, but then it's going to bounce back to 50 for
we're
pretty much the
up.
week of Christmas is going to be around 50. So
we're going to be 40, around 40.
So far, that's what we've had. It's been pretty mild, and then there's a day or two that's cold. Then it gets mild again, and I'm like, well, so far, not so bad. You're going to get some cold, right? So
it's really confusing my chest and my nose, all this change in the weather.
And when it sets in for too long, you know what I mean? Everything just gets too frigid and everything. So,
yeah.
Hello, Ace. Thanks for stopping by. So I was just saying, I've got a sermon here, and we're going to take a look at it. And I've got another video where we don't feel antagonized enough. I know Joe's ready to be antagonized. And Austin and Mike were antagonizing too, and everybody was antagonizing. So I'm going to kick back in this sermon setting, and everybody get their holy books ready, and let's check out what Pastor Corey has to say here. Oops, that's not the right one. That's not the right one either. Okay, the demons have already set in. All right, let's try this again. Okay,
that was me. That was demoning.
We'll just clip that part out, and okay. So let's take a look at Pastor Corey.
What?
Get your phones out. It's okay. There was a rumor going around that I had a turkey hat on, and it was on Instagram, and everybody was saying, I saw your turkey hat, and I just wanted to let you know the rumor's true. I do have a turkey hat, and this is why I'm wearing it this morning, because we got some very important announcements. I don't want anybody to walk out, and I don't want anybody to forget what we're doing, okay? So you'll never forget this. Couple things today, seriously. Isn't it great to have fun? I love it.
I had to,
Christians don't do that very often, right? They don't believe in fun.
I had to include that. It was hilarious that he wore his turkey hat. This is not Pastor Corey. He's introducing him.
You know, it's a thing, at least in the Southern Baptist and Missionary Baptist churches I went to when I was a younger person. You would have people actually stand up there and try to justify laughing and having fun. And I thought, that's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. Isn't it great? God wants us to smile. God wants us to have fun. Don't you think so? And it's like, why are you having to justify fun? What wrong turn did you make in the down the road to life to where you're having to justify having fun?
Have you ever seen camels having fun in the snow? And badgers?
I wouldn't know if a camel was having fun or not.
Well, you can tell that they're having fun here. Oh, those are the horses. I don't know what the hell those are. But anyway, these are the camels having fun in the big Minnesota Twin Cities snow we had. This is our Minnesota Zoo. Look at them. I didn't know camels would be thrilled by snow, and then this is a badger, Minnesota badger. You don't want to mess with a badger. You bite your
I'm sure that anything that breaks up the routine is received quite well amongst those camels.
Well, as I said before, it's like, what are they thinking when they're just having fun, right? They're not, they're not procreating. They're not getting food or anything. They're just having fun.
Yep.
Right. So.
Yeah.
But cool. I thought it was hilarious with the hat. So I didn't clip that out. I did clip the beginning because it's a lot of stuff talking about, stuff. So, but once again, if you want to see the little beginning I cut out when they're just talking about stuff, the link is in the description.
Let's turn our hearts to the word as Pastor Corey comes. Pastor.
Amen. Thank you, brother. The best part about that was you were wearing the hat and said, seriously. That was the best part about it.
That's great too. Yeah. Again, sense of humor, very funny.
You know what I find so interesting about the life of Mary?
Reminds you that Christians are people too. We often forget that. So anyway. That's right.
Mary. God, before the foundations of the earth, he said, I have this plan of salvation. Before the foundations of the earth, I have this plan of salvation. And my enormous, very specific, methodical plan involves God going into the belly of a woman. And I can see the angels, and they're just like, ooh, I don't know how I feel about this, Tell me more.
No, I don't want to know more. No.
This is kind of an amusing part here. I kind of enjoy. I kind of like this guy. So
I don't know if I like that imagery.
This almost sounds like a satire bit about the creation and what God's plan is and everything. And he's seeing him. Oh, the angels are like, oh, I don't know about this, right?
And the Lord says, it's not just going to be a woman, but she's going to be an unmarried woman. Angel's like, whoo, tell me more. She's not just going to be an unmarried woman in a culture that is very oppressive of women, but she's going to be a virgin, and she's going to be a 14-year-old virgin.
What?
I can notice like Michael and Gabriel. They're just like, are you sure? Like, I know you're the all-knowing, omnipotent, all-powerful God.
No guesses to where this is going?
Where is this going? I mean, he's admitting it, man. It's just like, oh my goodness.
There is a point to it.
Are you sure that you want to entrust the seed of God to a 14-year-old girl? Have you ever seen a 14-year-old girl? Listen to me. I'm going to tell you what. I got 3 little ones in my house right now. And I remember when our 3rd one came along, I told my wife, I said, baby, we need to start praying now. The child was just born. I said, we need to start praying now because there's coming a day where 3 teenage girls are going to be living in our home. You need to pray for you need to pray.
Okay. I kind of like him, you know.
It's pretty
Because your
humorous.
God's ineffective.
Personable and you know, having a little fun and stuff.
Yeah.
And
I don't know how fun that is, but whatever.
but the little story he told, it is, you know, the way he's telling it, it's like, what? Right? This is the plan, and
Well, replace
yeah, it is. It does sound a little silly.
Replay that and in your head and replace everywhere he says God with Matt Gaetz. And see how you and see
Yeah,
how
that's
rolls.
Oh,
I mean, I know they're not talking about an act here, but still, like, even like one of the reasons that like it's not there's health issues with a 14-year-old being pregnant and stuff, right? Like it's not.
Yep.
It can't, you know. So it's still a questionable thing. I don't think this is funny at all. I think it's kind of gross, really. But that's
yeah.
me.
Well, that's true.
Yeah, like a 14-year-old girl having a baby is like a test pilot walking away from a plane crash. You know, it's just
That's
it's a
dangerous.
statistical probability that somebody's going to die.
Yeah.
I'm going to have prayer and fasting next year just for this purpose. No, I'm kidding. But you understand my point. The God of the universe said, I'm going to entrust the seed of God to a 14-year-old child. Find it fascinating because of how Mary responded. I'll tell you this, I don't think a 34-year-old woman would have received the word of the Lord in the same way that the 14-year-old did. Well, it's because she just believed.
There you go. He's getting to the point, Mike. See, the child just believes. The adult would say, "Now hold on."
You mean
right?
you can seduce a young teenager, but you can't seduce an older woman. Is that what he's telling us? Is this advice? Dating advice he's giving us? What?
Yeah. Well, let's say you can't trick them as easily. Right?
You know, he uses the word trust a 14-year-old with the seed, but it's not trust and it's not about belief. What are you doing to a 14-year-old? Like he's skipping over that part to say it's about trusting. Like the thing you're worried about is, can you trust a 14-year-old? That's the problem with that. Like, I don't know.
Almost.
That God is who God says he is. And God is going to do and fulfill every word that God says he will fulfill. I think for us, one of the greatest things, we're going to talk about a lot of different things today, but if I could narrow it down into a nugget, I would simply say this. I think what Mary's life shouts to us is that we are called to be a people of simplistic faith and belief.
There you go, Mike.
Whoa. I am just really not following his reasoning here.
It's just a bunch of deepity ideas, warmed over warm fuzzies from other preachers and other sermons that he's just kind of putting together for a Christmas sermon.
I think I would have gotten up and walked out of the congregation, even if I was a Christian at this point. I would have walked out of the church. It's like, I don't even want to hear this story.
You suck.
Pretend. Does it actually state Mary's age in the Bible?
No, it does not.
No.
So where are they getting this from?
Custom. I mean, it was not uncommon for
maybe
a 12
it's
to 14-year-old girl to be betrothed.
maybe it's coming from the dark annals of his imagination, maybe the age, right? I mean, couldn't we have said a 22-year-old woman, which is Like peak fertility is when a woman's 22 years old. I mean, wouldn't that have been fine?
I think they align other ages when other things supposedly happened, right? So then they kind of figure back that's how old she must have been.
Well, a woman typically isn't capable of pregnancy until 16 or later, and peak fertility is at 22 in a human female. So I don't know why they couldn't have gone with 22. I don't know why we have to deal with this.
Because they want to get those daughters sold off as quick as possible.
Yes, yeah.
The longer you keep a daughter, the more you risk not being able to sell her off to some suitor.
Well, the less goats you'll have, I mean, you'll end up butchering goats.
Not that life isn't complex and not that life isn't difficult, but when it comes to our relationship with the Creator, He is who He says He is, and He can and will do every single thing that He says He can and will do. That's what Mary's life shouts to us. The reality is that we've got all these external factors. And we've got people not only throughout the year, just kind of taking shots at the Christian faith and trying to dismantle the deity of Jesus. But I'm going to tell you what, all of this stuff really, sometimes it revolves around the Christmas season. And I think we hear so many attacks against the Christmas season, obviously because it surrounds the birth of Christ. But I also think because Christmas speaks so much to the divinity.
Hold on.
Wait, what? What is he talking about?
Attacks against the Christmas season? Mm-hmm. Where? When? How? I need news clips.
Three guesses what he's going to bring up, Scott.
The war on Christmas?
Yeah, it's coming.
The war on Christmas, okay. Yeah.
Of Jesus as God. And when you begin to look, most of the attacks that come, they're about the virgin birth, or they're, about Mary's purity or her innocence or whatever the case is. And if we are not careful, we can allow these attacks not only around Christmas time, but other times to really create doubts in our simplistic faith.
So he's equipping, or he's equating not believing the virgin birth, maybe thinking that she was the whether willing or unwilling partner of a Roman soldier at some point. Those theories, he's equating those with attacks on Christianity and on simpleton faith.
Because if you start thinking about these things, then you might have doubt come in. And that's why he's pushing. You want to have a simplistic faith with just believe. Just believe. I guess that's his message to the atheists in the sermon, is that we should just believe. I'm thinking about it too much. I'm like, this doesn't make any sense to me. Aha, see, there's your mistake. You shouldn't be thinking about that.
This is why America ain't great again. Because happy holidays. Yeah, that's a problem.
And whenever this comes up, somebody always points out the old classic song, Happy Holidays, came out around World War II, I believe, right? Yeah. Somebody wants to look up when that song came out. It came out a long time ago. So this is just a new thing. No. Carrie Ann, hello. Merry Christmas to you.
Usually we have an abundance of UK people, but today I think we only have Spooky Bed Hair in the side chat. I could be wrong.
1942, Dave.
1942. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, June 1st, oddly enough, I think it was.
Rochelle is here too. And Michael, hello. Yeah, so Happy Holidays was not something new. That's World War II. No.
And believe. So let me share with you a few of the things that I think that we all struggle with as Christians that are just like darts coming out our faith. Number one is this, especially during the Christmas season. I think there are people in our culture who have replaced the Savior sayings with secular sayings. And this is what I mean by that. You remember 10 or 15 years ago, probably 10 years ago, there was like this massive cultural war. And society, you know, in Western culture, they were like, we're kind of done with Christmas as it's always been. And so now we're no longer saying Merry Christmas. What we're going to say is we're going to say Happy Holidays.
There it is. Now, I don't know what anybody said we're done with Christmas thing comes from or anything else. And the Santa Claus and all this stuff has become a cultural, secular thing that a lot of people participate in. And so do the Christians, right? They participate. They may go to church and celebrate that part, but they also do the Santa Claus part, right? So it's just fun. And they're trying to just say, oh, take the fun out of it or something, I guess.
Yeah, and the reason it's Happy Holidays is because New Year's Eve happens right after it, like a week after, right? And that's why we say Happy Holidays. It has nothing to do with some big plot against Christianity.
You know, I was asking Spooky Bed Hair in the chat what the significance of Boxing Day is, because I believe that is a UK holiday of some sort. So you have Boxing Day, you have Christmas, you have somewhere around there you have Kwanzaa, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And somewhere around there you have Hanukkah. So there's a lot of holidays in that time period.
Well, and what is
Like
the first week of the first week of December, Mike? It's is it the Buddha's birthday or the day he sat under the tree or something like that?
I have no idea.
Was it Bodhi Day? I believe it is. It's like in the first week of December. And but see, it's also kind of a thing too, right? You might not see everybody at Thanksgiving, Christmas, Hanukkah, New Year's, you know, all those different things. So you kind of say, hey, happy holidays, because yeah, everybody's, you know, doing so many things. You might not see everybody for everything.
Yeah, and
it's
today or tomorrow is the winter solstice too, shortest day of the year. So why?
Right.
I mean, they made up Jesus' birthday. Why didn't they make it in like August 15th? Because we got nothing going on around August 15th. So they should have done that. You know, in fact,
I looked it up. The church. Yeah, the church has 10 recognized holidays during the year. So it's not just Christmas. And you're not being picked on. Again, I was never really a believer, and my family wasn't seriously religious or anything. It didn't really come up, you know, in our daily lives or anything. Let's get, you know, grandma wants to go to church for Christmas. Everybody would get dressed up. We'd all go and stuff, you know, and then we came home and had presents and stuff, right?
Leave it to theists that telling them to be happy during the holiday season is a negative thing.
Yep.
If you believe in Christ, then say Christmas. If you don't, or you for any other reason you say happy holidays, it's still a nice thing to say to people. They're just picky bitches.
One of my first jobs was a gas jockey, and almost across the street was a church. Well, there was a church across the street. Then kind of a little to the side across the street was the Jewish Community Center. Okay. So we had a lot of customers that came through that were Jewish. So my boss told us, hey, I'd like you to say happy holidays to include the fact that we have a lot of Jewish customers coming through. It's not taking away from, and this is the same thing they bring up with same-sex marriage and everything else, you know. They're taking away my marriage because somebody else is getting a marriage, you know. So yeah, if you don't just say Merry Christmas, somehow that's taken away when it's actually including you and the people on either side of you that may be Jewish or, you know, whatever faith they are.
Yeah.
So
or
the winter
secular.
solstice was at
Yeah.
3:21 a.m. Central Time this morning. So that would have been what, 4:21 for you guys?
It's officially winter then.
Yeah. Yeah, that was cool. That means days are already getting longer. Shit, there's hope. Hope, kitties. All my kitties. There's hope.
This is the day we look forward to here, yes, because now we can start the countdown to taking the plants back outside.
I had to step away for a minute.
Okay.
And I want to say this. I understand and I respect the fact that this country is filled with people from various different religions, okay? Not only do I understand that, I respect that. I want people to respect my faith. And so I'm going to respect the fact that people believe other things, even though I believe they're wrong, okay?
Okay, now understand that, okay? We think you're wrong too. So just remember that.
Yeah,
Okay.
he says it's not okay for other people to do that, but it is for him.
Yeah, hey, I respect you, but I think you're wrong. Okay, well, that's a two-way street. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I will say this, that when this kind of rose up, it was like the secular world said, nope, it's going to be happy holidays from here on out. And there was like this really visceral response from the Christian community. They were like, no, it is not happy holidays. It's Merry Christmas. And I want to say, I think the church, in the most part, we handled that well, but I think it was a right thing to defend. I think it was right to defend the name of Christmas because it carries his name.
Well, in the end, it was a bunch of nonsense because people still say Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays.
Yeah, I did a little check. The song "Happy Holidays" was published and released in 1943, long before Fox News and the War on Christmas thing, and people didn't seem to be too bothered by it back then, and it's just pettiness on the part of fundamentalists trying to feel relevant, trying to be relevant in a world that's slipping away from them because people are leaving their evangelical fundamentalist kind of faith by droves.
Well, even the animated show American Dad has an episode. It was just on the other day where he says Merry Christmas and the clerk at the store says Happy Holidays. And he says, I said Merry Christmas. Happy Holidays, right? Where's your manager?
This was never really a thing to anyone other than them, and it was just a way
Yeah.
to try and make people conform to the way that they want society to be. They wanted it to be unacceptable for businesses and government and other people to say Happy Holidays because their religion should always be put first and supported. That's what this is really about, right? Like, and it was only a thing to them. There was no war on Christmas. It wasn't a thing. They made it up.
No, we didn't care.
I'm sorry,
We really didn't care. Okay.
It's become a culture. It's a cultural phenomena in our country, and I suspect a lot of other countries. And I always say Merry Christmas because I believe in Christmas. I like it.
I say it too. Yeah. And sometimes I think after I said it, I maybe I should have said, Happy Holidays too, or something or that. But then I'm like, you know what? No, it shouldn't be a big thing, right? I'm just saying Merry Christmas. And if somebody said thank you and they said Happy Hanukkah back, I would say, oh, you celebrate Hanukkah? Hey, Happy Hanukkah, right? There's not an issue. It's not. I don't care.
Happy New Year,
Smile. Either way, everybody's getting presents, right? So, good deal.
Yeah.
We have a Merry Christmas tree upstairs, and we
Yeah.
call it the Merry Christmas tree. So
It's okay.
it's a real
Okay.
tree, damn it. There are no fake trees in my house for Christmas.
Luckily, they saved them the word so they could have it for themselves and say Merry Christmas. But we all just said Merry Christmas too, and Pookie said Merry Christmas in the chat, and we say Merry Christmas. Sorry to burst your bubble. It's just silly.
Yeah.
And there would not be holidays during this time of year without Christmas.
Yeah, there would.
Really? Now, wait a minute. We just brought up Hanukkah. Doesn't that predate Jesus? Right?
Yeah. Where
They
did
would
Christmas
still have
come
Hanukkah,
from?
right? Yeah. No. And again, the Buddha holiday predates Jesus. So no. Once again, this is, like Joe said, we just want to have our holiday. None of you can have your other holiday. Your holidays are silly, right? I think your stuff is silly. We just have our holiday. It's like, well, aren't you special, right? And then I think it twice bothers them because we're celebrating Christmas too, right? It's not like now some people may take a stand on it. That's fine. It's whatever you want to do. Right? But a lot of us still celebrate Christmas. I have lights up. I have a tree up. My son decorated this year. So he decorated the tree. He put up lights. He did all the decorations. Looks great. We say Merry Christmas. There you go.
Savage Christmas mentioned that, I guess, I'll put the comment up. It already scrolled off the screen a little bit. Half of Jewish people admitted to having a Christmas tree in their house because it's Christmas, man. It's like, God, get happy.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
It's the only goddamn undepressing thing that happens all winter. I mean, geez.
My thing. Yeah. And again, yeah, if you celebrate something else, you just say, well, I celebrate this. It's like, oh, okay, that's cool. Maybe I never heard of what you celebrate. It's like, oh, what do you celebrate? Oh, okay. Well, happy or merry, whatever it is you celebrate, right?
Yeah.
Hey, Austin, how you doing? And Savage Minnow, hello.
I see all these new names.
Claire.
Dave, have all these new names in your chat subscribed to Answers in Atheism today?
I don't know.
Because I'm sitting here tearing my eye waiting for my subscription count to go up.
Yeah.
And it just doesn't. I don't know why.
Ed is here too. Hello, Ed. Yeah, mine too. Mike and I are eagerly awaiting our subscriber counts to just start ticking away like crazy and a little smoke wisping out.
Yeah,
so if you're not subscribed to my channel, subscribe. And if you're not subscribed to Mike's channel right underneath me here at Answers in Atheism, go subscribe and you will find underneath him Scott Duke off in there, accompanying Scott Duke at Answers in Atheism. And under that, you've got Joe at the Kentucky Atheist, and you better be subscribed over at Joe at the Kentucky Atheist. So everybody take care of that real quick. We want to see our numbers go tick, tick, tick for our Christmas present, and we appreciate it very much.
Right, we do. Love you.
That's right. And good to see everybody. Thanks everybody for stopping through.
Oh.
But you've had an entire culture and almost a generation that was raised under this false illusion that Christmas was just one of many holidays during this time of year, and it removed the importance, and the effort was this. The effort of the secular society was to bring Jesus down to the same level as all other gods. It was to equalize and neutralize Christianity. And I believe in some ways it had that effect on some.
I missed that.
Really? Yeah.
I missed this whole thing. Again, this is no.
That's a bit raving and paranoid.
Yeah. We're trying to bring down Jesus to other. Once again, we don't believe in your stuff, okay? So there's no. We're not attacking Jesus.
They're mad because atheists get happy with Christmas too. They want it to only be Christians that are happy about Christmas, and nobody else can. It's our holiday. Yeah.
I attack Jesus as much as I attack God, okay? As much as I attack Bigfoot. right? Just
We should start
no.
celebrating Athamas.
Maybe
And
this
what was-
Christmas will be the year that Bigfoot pays us a visit.
Rumor is that there's a music video coming out soon. And it's called Bigfoot is Coming to Town.
Ooh.
Well, I look forward to such a video.
But it's right maybe Monday. I don't want it to come out too soon. I want it to be for Christmas. Yeah, I had a busy week. Oh, and make sure, speaking of, and Joe's here as well. Go check out the Shaken Fist. Zach put together Christmas songs, and you can hear yours truly and Joe down there as well, adding some voices to the caroling going on in his videos. We had a lot of fun doing it.
I sing like an angel.
Yeah, you do. And Zach's very creative. It was a lot of fun, and the songs are a lot of fun. They're parody songs, and Zach doesn't pull any punches. So, yeah, go check those out and enjoy that. Okay.
People, but I think in other ways it strengthened us. Number two, I think some people, especially around Christmas time, we've allowed doubt to creep in because some people have replaced Christ with Santa Claus. Okay. Now let me say this. I am not anti-Santa. Okay. I'm not anti-Santa. We let our kids write letters to Santa. We do stockings. We do all the things. So I want to say this very upfront. If you let your kids believe in Santa, there's no shame on you. If you are just like, no, it is not about Santa, no shame on you. You are called to be responsible for your children. You are not called to be responsible for other people's children. So let them discern the way that God is leading them and their family to raise their children, and you do the same in how you raise your children. But I will say this, that there must come a line where our children understand that Santa Claus is not the Savior Christ. If we are not careful, Santa will overshadow Christ in the manger.
Well, to be honest, most kids, I think, would rather have Santa. And to the point of, yeah, if you want to have Santa or not, I agree. Not everybody agrees on having Santa. That's up to you. But once again, as I said, the Christians are having Santa. He's saying they're having Santa. So it's not just about what he thinks is so important. It's got to be about just Jesus in the manger. No, they're doing Christmas too, and their kids have Christmas lists, and their kids are dreaming of Santa coming with the reindeer and all that stuff, the same as the secular kids do. So you're not losing anything.
I want you to think for a minute about the secular approach to Santa Claus. What do you know of this man? Well, you know that he's making a list. You know he's checking it twice. You know that he has like this all watchful sovereign eye over everybody, and you use it against your kids.
Yeah, sounds familiar.
Yeah.
Oh, Santa sees you doing that. What if the Lord sees you doing it?
Yeah, what if the Lord sees you doing it?
He asks you to stone people to death for it. That's what happens. Santa doesn't do that.
You know, I might just take the lump of coal, right? Hey, it's okay. I'll skip the present this year. I'll take the lump of coal. I was bad, right? I'll take the lump of coal. But yeah, the other one, as I point out often, 8 of the 10 commandments carry a death penalty sentence. So they don't mess around. And that's from God's word, as they like to put it. Yeah, Joe, you're absolutely right. Death sentence.
Accountability that comes with Santa Claus. Oh, if you're not good, it's not going to be good for you. We take our list of desires and needs to this person, and we're taught just simply believe.
Isn't that what he just said to do earlier?
Yeah.
Just
Yeah, but that's
believe,
the
right?
wrong fictional character to believe in.
But don't ask questions. Don't ask, how does Santa get down the chimney? Don't ask how Santa travels around the world and goes to all the kids in one night. Don't ask, just believe, right? Exactly what he said about his faith. And now he's saying, hey, wait a minute, right? You should know the story of Santa, right? Oh, okay.
Just believe that he is. And I'm not against fiction. I'm not against fun. I'm not against any of that. Like I said, we do that kind of stuff with our kids. But I am saying this, what is going to be paramount in my home is not the exaltation of Santa Claus, but the exaltation of Christ. My children are going to know and understand what this holiday revolves around, because I don't want any outside interference to well, is Santa God? Well, no, I need to be clear as a parent who Santa is as a fictional character and who Christ is as a very real character.
Has this ever really been an issue for anybody in the history of Christmas in the United States?
I was thinking the same thing, Scott. Nope.
Why do you think he has that insecurity?
Well, and who doesn't know the born in a manger thing? Even secular people and other faiths and everything around the world. It's a popular Christmas story. A lot of people know about the no room at the inn and everything. So what? It's a nice little story. Actually, it's not very biblical, but it's a nice little story. Hello, Tux. Good to see you. John, hello. So again, it's like, oh, here we go. What are we taking away from you now, sir?
Okay. Number 3, some people have replaced the Messiah with myths. This has just plagued our culture over the last 20 years. Every now and then, every few years, you'll see this uprising and attacks against the Christian faith, and you'll see people who are just, bent on the debunking of the Christian faith. A few years ago, I know I read this article about this Roman pagan mythological god named Mithra, who supposedly was also a son of a god, who was also supposedly born of a virgin, who also supposedly had disciples, who also supposedly was crucified, who also supposedly rose from the dead, and who also supposedly may return again. And the Christian community was violently accused of stealing the belief system of Christ. We had taken a myth and we had applied it to the Christian faith. And the attack was simply that all of it was mythology. Not only Mithra, but Jesus, all of its mythology, and this whole article went into all of this kind of thing. And I just simply want to ask you this. Please don't let silliness shake your faith. Don't let the silly shake your faith. Listen to me. This stuff comes about every few years. And I'm not even saying that you necessarily need to ignore it. I don't ignore it. I dig into it because I want truth. And so I'm going to dig in and I'm going to debunk what they're trying to debunk. And I'm going to go in and it is going to strengthen my faith in such a greater way. But I beg of you, don't let stuff like this, when people try to make the Christian faith a myth or mythology, please don't let that rattle your faith.
All right, so I'm lost again.
He says it's an attack because people challenge Christianity as mythology. Like, how is that an attack to provide facts and historical evidence in the narrative? Like it's always the persecuted Christians, right? You poor people, always persecuted.
And those memes that go around, they're not always exactly accurate, right? They're memes that go around, right? Yeah, the general idea is, though, that there are other God stories that had godlike abilities, qualities, whatever you want to call it, and they're reflected in the stories. That's what the idea of those are.
Yeah, that's why you had to compare
If
it
they're
to
not
Santa
all,
Claus.
yeah, if they're not all exactly right or whatever, well, that happens in a meme, okay?
I remember 15, 20 years ago when the Da Vinci Code came out. You remember this book and this movie? Man, dude, that rattled so many Christians. Like
Because they didn't know it was a book of fiction.
Yeah,
You know what
they
these?
don't know how to tell the difference.
Yeah,
There you go.
And all these people came out. Even Bart Ehrman talks about it, and he's like, he laughs. He's like, it's a fictional book. It's not a, this again. It's like, just because you read it in a book doesn't mean it's true.
The book says God in it, so it must be an account of history, huh?
were shaken to their core. And the reason they were shaken is because they shifted their faith from the Word of God to a man-made book. And they were receiving all of this stuff. Maybe he wasn't born of a virgin. Maybe he really wasn't resurrected. Maybe he was just resuscitated. Maybe he ran off with Mary Magdalene and had a baby out of wedlock. Maybe all these, maybe. And what it does the whole time to the Christian is it is eroding their faith. It is planting doubt in the belief that God is who he says that he is. I implore you, not only just please, for the love of heaven, don't let stuff like this rattle you.
Falsehood.
It is a thing of.
Once again, wait a minute. Don't think about it. Don't think what if.
Well,
what?
He sets it all up on a false pretense, first of all. He says that this is a man-made book and this is the Word of God. At no time is the Bible the Word of God. It's a man-made book that is inspired by God, and that's that's the doctrine that goes with it. But so he's really, again, he's having to compare his religion to these fictional things for a reason.
And of course, the book was written by men.
Yeah.
Our book is special. Well, other religions think their book is special too. That's the argument I've heard from Islamic apologists. Their book is special. Nobody else's book is like theirs. One of the arguments they use is that the reason the Quran is from God is because nobody has been able to replicate it.
Yeah.
Which I don't understand what that means, but they think it's a strong argument.
The Quran is different. The Quran is supposed to be the actual Word of God. Like God actually wrote the Quran is what they believe, which, again, there's problems with that. But in the case of the Bible, he's just absolutely wrong. He sets it up on a false pretense to make that claim there. So it's just stupid.
Christian history, there have always been throughout history systems and people who were trying to debunk Christ as God. And there will always be those things. It's called the spirit of Antichrist, okay? And I will simply say, and this is just a little addendum, it's worth noting that attacks like this, if you pay attention, are almost never leveled against gods of other religions.
Yes, they are, with same arguments.
Wrong.
The reason that you hear about the Christian arguments is because you're a Christian. But
Because he goes around saying this stuff. That's why people push back against him.
yeah, that's again, yeah. So people are just answering back. But no, it doesn't matter the religion, and any of us would apply the same scrutiny to it. You're going to tell me a bunch of claims, and then you're just going to say, because I have a book, we're going to respond, well, so does all the other religions have a book.
You know, just a little gut check right now. If you were in that auditorium listening to that speaker, how many here would be asleep by now?
I may fall asleep at any moment anyway. So
Yeah, it's.
Yeah, we got to keep poking Joe with a stick.
I think I would be staring into space and trying hard to keep at least one eye open, having given up on the other one.
I went to an old school church that didn't have great HVAC, so yeah, in the summertime it was too hot, so you were dozing off, and when it was cold out, you wore extra clothes because it was going to be chilly, and then once everybody packed into church, of course it got real warm, and then again you warmed up and you got all groggy.
Well,
and then no help with the stories, of course. Yeah. Hello, Simos.
Hello.
Hey, Simos.
Sorry I'm late. I've missed everything. I
the-
feel like I've arrived on Boxing Day. Oh dear.
One of the things though is that like he calls it an attack because you assess it critically. Like any if you take a critical look at my religion, you're attacking it. And that's just not a good, I mean, it's very telling, first of all, but it's just it's an awful thing to say. That's what they do though.
It's the victim mentality, isn't it? That following somebody who was the ultimate victim is going to get you.
Yeah.
And we will repeat many times, it's like, what you want to do is your own business, all right? We have a problem when, especially Joe and I cover a lot of creationist stuff. We don't think you should be teaching science, okay? Simos and some other people may not be in this country, but in this country, it specifically says we have freedom of religion. And I will support somebody's right the same as I have the right? Well, I don't have an issue. We always try to bring up what you want to do is your own business, and that goes for a lot of things. Consenting adults, go do what you want, right? Don't bother anybody else. But when you don't understand you're bothering somebody else, and it has to be explained to you, okay? And that's where you're getting your pushback, is you're getting an explanation of where you don't understand that it goes both ways.
And that's why he's playing the victim here.
Yep.
Yeah.
They are almost,
Sorry, go ahead. No, go ahead. Play the
almost
video.
without exception, always attacking the God of the Christian faith. You will not
stop there. It's not no.
Yeah. That's
without
it right
exception, we're attacking all gods.
Yep.
Right? If you want to play that much of a victim, no, it's not just you, it's all theists. Right? And we disagree with them all. You call that attacking. Okay, I'll go with your phraseology. No, I'm attacking every spooky. Thank you, spooky. There's nothing merry about Christmas. Let me just tell you that. Nothing merry about Christmas. Well, apart from
Spooky's in the spirit.
well, no, apart from the pine trees, the reindeer, Santa Claus, obviously. But apart from all of the pagan stuff, that's all quite merry. But calling it Christmas is an abomination.
Well, let's look at his words up to this point. He says that it's an attack if you take a critical look at his religion. But so far, he's had to compare it to two fictional things and then misinform people about what the Bible actually is, and started this off with a horrible reference to Immaculate Conception. So, it's an attack.
But don't think about it. But don't think about it. Yeah, but don't think about it too much either. So he's also attacking everybody in the audience, saying, "Don't think about it too much." Right?
Don't think about it. Just believe.
You need to have a simpleton faith.
Yeah, that's what he's telling them indirectly. Yeah, Be a simpleton.
And it's amazing how, the Immaculate Conception never works on the dads. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Now that would have been a miracle.
Hear accusations like this made against Allah. You will not hear things leveled against Buddha, but you will always and forever see Christ being attacked.
You will never talk to a Buddhist. You will never talk to a
Exactly.
You will never read about them, talk about them, think about them.
Just for the record, I have debated Buddhists, and I have told them that their idea of existential love is total bollocks. And secondly, I have debated Muslims, and I have told them that they can't agree with each other and they should just go and fight it out in the corner and come back when they decide who wins.
Mm-hmm. I've been on 3 Muslim channels.
Okay.
And it's the same arguments the Christians use, but I've been three times now. I did it, and now it's hard to find some of the other ones. I think I was just telling Mike the other day, looking through the Hindu stuff. Unfortunately, a lot of it isn't in English, so
That is true.
it's hard to find their videos in English. But I am looking, so. No, it's the same arguments, and they have problems. Buddhism and Hinduism, even though the Easterns I prefer over a lot of the Western religions, they still have problems with sexism and things down the line as well. So yes, we point it out.
Yeah. Also, like this guy here, he's being really, really disingenuous because they don't even change the name of the arguments either. Right? It's still called. Why is it called the Kalam? Cosmological argument. All right. Do you think that's a Christian argument?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
It's just nonsense. He's just talking nonsense.
Yeah.
I bet Spooky says I bet Simons doesn't even give his servants the Boxing Day off. Damn right I don't. Damn right I don't. Someone's got to burn the tree. Anyway, there you go.
Well, Simos has time on his hands. It's the off season, so watch out.
I saw a video this last week of this guy, and
A video. Interesting.
this atheist character, he was asking this question. He said, okay,
Does he have a name?
let's say that, I believe in something. He said, out of all these gods in the world and all these different belief systems, which one is the true God?
Yeah.
And the person replied to him, and he said, it's the God that you hate.
Oh. Straw man. Straw man. Shifting the burden.
Yeah. Now, it wasn't hate, but I just put out a video about we believe in God and we're mad at him. And it's like, I'm not mad at something I don't believe in. I don't hate something I don't believe in. It's when we talk about God, we're talking about your story. The problem we have again is,
I don't care about hate. We're talking about your fucking dogma. That's what we're talking about. We hate your dogma.
And there's a lot of other books filled with violence and all kind of awful things too. And I'm not telling you can't read those books either, right? You can read these books. It's when you think because you read this book that you can be, some awful person that was a fictional character in this book to other people. And then the rest of us are going to say, no, you have to leave it in the book, right?
It's that damn Priapus. I guess that's the real God. That's the one I hate.
Yeah,
I really like Frank Turek's. Like this one got me. Frank Turek's version of, it's only because you hate God, which was you've got to sit on God's lap in order to slap him in the face. and then I thought to myself, so you're saying God has a lap, are you?
Well, that's the old argument. Well, and it leads back to, you just want to sin, and then I always say, what do you think I'm doing? You know what I mean? What?
Yeah.
what do you think I'm doing that's, I have a normal life like most people, right? And there's,
Yep.
that's always stumped me is what do you really think, what's going on in your mind that you think I'm doing,
That's the atheist eat babies thing. That's why we say that. Is because they think we're like, because we're atheists, we
actually
must
doing that. Yeah.
yeah, we must be doing some awful thing.
I mean, like, it's also like amazing how, they understand the mind of an atheist so much, right? That they know that we in our hearts recognize God, and yet they don't understand. Yet when they come to the definition of atheism, right? They think that we have to have an argument against every single god that could possibly be imagined. And that
When I
just blows my mind. It's
my
like if
my
we just say
position
no,
is
if I just say Christianity's a load of shit because it's got
Yep.
these omni properties which don't make sense, they're contradictory, so logically that can't exist. Right? Then they go, oh yeah, but what about all the other gods? What about the creationist God? What about the creator God? What about some deistic God? And yet here they are going, oh yeah, but we know the mind. We know the mind of God, and he's saying that you sin.
my argument is that all supernatural claims are equal in their validity. So if you make a supernatural claim, then it's equal as anybody else's. And I don't see where you can also say that any of the other supernatural claims are not true or unbelievable or anything else, because the rules kind of go out the window when you bring up the supernatural. So if you're going to say you can fly and I just have to believe you, I can also say, well, I can fly too, but you just have to believe me. Right?
Yeah, absolutely. Apart from reindeer, of course, we believe that one.
Well, we know why reindeer fly.
Yeah, we certainly do.
The Cheech and Chong bit, right?
Right? Yeah.
Give a little magic. It's magic dust. It's got the magic dust, and you give a little bit of the magic dust to the reindeer, and a little bit to Santa Claus, and a little bit to the reindeer, a little more to Santa Claus.
You do got to watch that dust; it'll get you.
Yeah.
For real.
Yeah. Well, they say that God created man out of dust of the earth. I can't remember which religion it is, but it's probably not Christianity.
I'm just saying,
makes me sneeze. Magic dust or magic bus?
No, I've had magic dust.
But the other thing I'd like to point out is obviously he can get away with this shit because he's talking to the choir.
Well,
Right.
technically, though, he called this a sermon to atheists, though. So
yeah, right. Of course he did. That's why the room is full of atheists. Yeah,
Yeah.
of course it is.
You know how they do those in churches.
Oh my god! I mean, you can't be much more. I mean, I thought lying was a sin, but there you go.
I think there's a good one coming up here.
The God that you shake your fist at while simultaneously denying that he exists.
Oh,
That's
sorry.
the one true living God.
Yeah.
But we're inundated with a culture who is trying to just plant seeds of doubt to debunk all of these miraculous events that happened at the time of Christ. Number 4, I think some of...
Okay,
That doesn't follow.
Yeah, that's the end of that point. So, like Joe said, that doesn't follow. And even if we grant that Jesus existed, they'll say, aha, see, so then everything in the Bible is true. And it's like, no, I can grant the man existed and still say the stories built around him are fictional.
Yeah.
And if he didn't exist, I don't think it really matters, because either way, there's fictional stories written about him. So I really don't care if he existed or not. Either way, that was 2,000 years ago, dead and gone and turned to dust.
Yeah, dust again.
Not you.
Special Jesus dust that they keep inhaling. Problem. It is like an addiction. It is like an addiction.
It is.
And
Well,
like you get addicted to it when you're very young, when you're a kid, and that's real hard to kick.
Well, and like they said, a lot of the stuff and the things they do and the raising the arms in the air and all that, it does give you a dopamine
Amen.
high or whatever it is. There
Preach it,
is
Dave.
something there. So they are actually feeling something and they're getting a fix, so to speak.
Yeah. Oh, 100%.
the thing he's saying though is that, okay, so really, I shake my fist at the sky and I really hate God, and I want to sin. So what benefit, what goal does it serve for me to then convince other people of that? And do you see atheists usually trying to convince people of that? It's usually a defensive position, I find, but like it's what goal would I achieve? Does that in some way harm your all powerful God? Is he that sensitive to me, talking about facts and logic and reason that it causes some kind of damage to something like that? There's no,
Yeah.
and if I know that God exists and know what he's capable of, my goal would be to make sure other people go to hell. Is that the goal? Like, none of that makes any sense.
Well, I kind of get it in the sense of like, I can't remember who it was. Augustine probably said, get them by the time they're 7 and they don't have much of a choice anymore. I'm paraphrasing what he said, but I think that's why they don't like this stuff outspoken. You know what I mean? That's why that's why they were always against like talking about or using rude words, for instance, curses, sexual curses and things like that. Because, you don't talk about that kind of stuff when the kids are around. And that's the reason they get so defensive about it. Because they know that the kids, they're easily influenced. And if they hear people on the corner going, shaking their fist at the sky, for instance, the kids are going to go, well, why? Why is that guy shaking the fist at the sky? Then they have to try and reason the kid into his dogma and the belief.
Yeah.
And that's more difficult because kids are, they may be naive and stuff, but a lot of them ain't stupid. At least half of them are cleverer than the average person.
I think you're right on a lot of that, but he's also showing the whole evolution of that. Because if you go back to what he said before, whenever the whole reason that he calls it an attack and stuff is because they don't want you to. This whole thing started about Christmas. I don't even know if you were here for that part, but like about people saying Happy Holidays rather than Merry Christmas and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
And it starts with what he's saying here. Oh, you're attacking. It's because he wants to eventually, and Christianity as a whole, I think, wants to take this and make it to where you can't talk about other gods. You can't say you don't believe in our God. It's all a control thing. They don't want anything that opposes their God because it is an attack to do that.
Yeah.
And they use excuses like the kids and stuff you just said. So
attack them. Why do they think it's an attack though? That's the point. It's like you're supposed to have a reason, right, at hand, ready to go. So that should be no problem. So again, it doesn't make sense other than we know we've had a privileged position in society, and we'd like to maintain it without doing any work to maintain it, without being, putting forward any reason. Why? Ultimately, because they know that the reasons they have are pretty shit.
Yeah.
Thank you, Savage. It was Aristotle that said, give me the child until he's 7 and I will show you the man. Bit sexist, if you ask me, but it's Aristotle.
Right.
Doubt is because we have replaced sacred theology with a skewed theology. We have entire movements that will edify Jesus. They will say, oh, he was a moral man. He was such a good teacher. And he was even a prophet. But what they will do is they will come short from saying that he is God. And I'm going to tell you, like, for us, I hope.
That doesn't make any sense at all, by the way.
Yeah, no.
I mean, maybe if you're speaking to Muslims, but not to atheists.
And again, we don't really care.
No, exactly. who cares whether he was a good man or? I suppose he's addressing what Dawkins said at one point. Dawkins like overlaid it and said, "Oh, I think his teachings were, very good and all of that." Yeah, not really. I mean, not really. Like,
There's both.
The one about the family, right? If you love your family more than me, then you can fuck off. If you love, anything to do with like materialism, you can fuck off. I'm not sure these are great moral teachings, to be honest.
Yeah.
Family is extremely important if you want to keep a society in some kind of cohesive.
Slaves obey your masters wasn't the best thing he could have said.
And they talk about such a great,
Paul, actually, but yeah,
he had such a great life and a sinless life, and he was such a great guy. And really, there's only a few stories about his life in the Bible, right?
Yeah.
Most of his life is not in there. So I like to point out, if I could, my life story, I'll lay it out in front of me in the editing room, and I could just pick out a few parts. I could look really, really good or really, really bad.
Yeah. Also, the earlier you go to Jesus, the less there is about him. That's another key feature of the Gospels, isn't it?
Yeah.
And the further you get from Jesus, the more incredible and godlike he becomes. The closer you go to him, the more human he is.
Right.
I think Bart Ehrman talks about that it's all backwards. It should be the other way. Yeah.
Well, you'd expect it to be the other way if he was a real person and he did all of the things that the later Christians claim. Then why wouldn't the first Christians say that? Oh yeah, by the way, he did these amazing miracles. Oh, by the way, he claimed to be the Son of God. By the way, Oh no,
we were just talking. Mark didn't even mention the birth.
Right.
So that seemed to be, wait a minute, we need a birth story. And because it came later. Mark didn't even mention it. And John didn't even mention it, even though John's book is, full of a lot of what you would call more supernatural type stuff.
Do you know what model it does follow, though?
No.
It follows the model of how mythological writing was done during that time.
Wow.
You take an existing story and you exaggerate it and add to it, and that's how they were taught to write fictional things at the time. So it does fit that. I mean, I'm not saying I know that's what it is, but it looks a lot like it.
Yeah, it does look it. It's suspicious, shall we say.
Yeah.
Also, I liked, there was one recent Myth Vision video on the comparison with the Jesus cult and Dionysus, cult of Dionysus. Fascinating video. Recommend anybody go and watch that. Myth Vision.
Yeah, it was a good one.
Check out Derek's video. All right.
Thought would never enter our mind that Jesus is not God. But let me tell you what, there's been a serious problem with teaching good, sound theology around.
Okay, there you go. That's exactly what we're talking about. A mind so closed you couldn't even get a straw in it. I mean, like,
and that would go for any religion. This again isn't picking on the Christian. Again, it applies to anything, any other thing too, and any other ideal, right?
Some Christians are quite happy to say, you need to think about it. You need to have reasons. You can't have reasons if you don't doubt, right? That's what reasons are for, is to overcome doubt. If you didn't have doubt, right, then you wouldn't need reasons, because you'd be where this guy is, right? But no, actually, there's quite an early, certainly in the early church.
And he's going against all the hermeneutics and everything, all these people that do all this stuff to try to explain these things, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, the point being is that if, the early Christians were against the Gnostics, right, or the early church fathers at least, right? And so doubt was very important to them, right? Paul says it several times, that if I hadn't have had that experience on the road to Damascus, I wouldn't be a Christian,
But that's too much for anybody else to ask, though.
Yeah, well, I mean, but if you haven't had that experience, then doubts are okay. People struggle with their faith, of course they do. Even Frank Turek struggles with his faith, apparently, despite the fact he makes a lot of money out of it. It's back and forth. They want their cake and eat it all the time. Go ahead, Scott.
I bet Frank.
Preach
I
me.
bet Frank struggles a lot less than he lets on.
He's got
Because
it rough.
there's a whole lot of money there to just kind of make him feel stronger.
Absolutely.
Hmm.
I mean, I'll say this about Frank. The problem with people like Frank is they sit above God, pulling the strings and slapping people in the face.
Yep.
I'll tell you this one thing about Frank. He sure knows how to lie.
Yeah. I'll tell you this one thing about Frank. He's got terrible taste in clothes.
And
I'll tell you this one thing.
And his
about
glasses, those new glasses, they look like shop glasses. I don't get that look at all.
Go ahead, Joe.
I'll tell you this one thing about Frank. He spends an awful lot of time thinking up bigoted shit to write on Twitter.
Oh yeah.
I'll tell you this one thing about Frank. I'm not so. What's the word here? I'm not so trusting that I wouldn't put it past him, like chatting up quite a few of the ladies.
Yeah.
I think I get the feeling he's a bit of a ladies' man in his narcissistic ways.
Yeah, I can see that.
My feeling.
Yeah.
That's my feeling.
Could be.
But yeah.
I don't like him. So
I'll tell you about this about Frank. He makes a lot of bloody money. I'm jealous.
Yeah, he does do that.
that was the topic we were talking about on Mike's channel one day. That how much money would it take for you just to say, you know what, I found Jesus, right?
Yeah.
And I'm going to take that
right
job
now.
at Ken Ham's place for what was Mike's price? $186,000 a year, I think it was.
Oh, very reasonable. Yeah.
Yeah,
very
reasonable. But
Yep, that was it.
Was that the amount, Mike? Yeah. So
Yep.
Yeah,
That'll do it.
Okay.
Mike,
Okay, Frank.
I bet you can find a tech billionaire willing to finance all of us converting, and and $186,000 a year would not break the bank of your average tech billionaire.
Yeah, like quite a few preachers would like to seed Mike, I'm sure.
I'll change the channel to Answers in Jesus.
Yeah.
For 186 a year.
I'll be the captive Jesus, and Joe will be the Kentucky Jesus, and just waiting on that check to roll in from Soros, and we'll be all set.
Shit, I'll even try to walk on water if you want.
I would need a bit of time first just to make sure I get all my sinning out of the way. But also, there was a good video I saw somewhere, I can't remember where they were taking the piss and saying there's a new trend on TikTok of OnlyFans girls basically changing or becoming Christians, and how much more lucrative it is than being an OnlyFans girl.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I bet.
So yeah, there's a whole thing apparently about them finding Jesus. And of course that means that they have to do the most depraved things first, because the more depraved they get,
right,
the more,
exactly,
the more there is to save.
It's not that they're about Jesus, it's about the transformation. And if an atheist wanted to make a bunch of money doing it, you could go and make another channel and say, I've changed my mind as an atheist. Look at all this content I made, and now I'm going to be a Christian. But I made money doing that, and now I'm poor and struggling, and I need your help because I really want to follow God and all this stuff, but I'm having a hard time. Dude, you could totally pull one over on them and make all kinds of money.
Yeah.
Look, if Hovind the clown can get the money that he makes, it doesn't take a lot of effort. Yeah, whatever it is, if you just say, well, he's doing it for Jesus, that's a pass right there.
Hovind has charisma, though.
Yeah, that's true. But the point being is, though, he's pretty low class. You know what I mean? No class, whatever you want to. I mean,
Well, he's like a dollar store Ken Ham.
yeah, that's it. Yeah, and he doesn't put money into his production qualities or anything. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, he does. 1970s.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. I
But-
mean, that has been done, by the way, guys. Just to say that there was somebody in our community back in the, I don't know, like early to mid 2010s, who was an atheist. Like tried to make some money out of that, didn't work, so became a Christian. Made some money out of that. That dried up, so he went back to being an atheist again.
Yeah.
And then once again came back once he found love. Moved to wherever it was, Haiti or something. He found love, or Grenada. Found love, moved there, and started making more money and became a preacher again. So, like, it's been done. I won't name the name, but everybody knows. If I say Burger King, I think everybody knows who I'm talking about.
Yeah. That's is it Stephen Meyer or Lee Strobel or one of those? Yeah, that was basically their story. Yeah.
No, well, it is.
He was going to Bible study to meet girls. Yeah.
Right.
Well, why do you think every
nothing against
apologist
that,
says,
but, yeah.
I used to be an atheist just like you?
Oh, jeez.
That's a classic, isn't it? Yeah.
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 That is a
I was
classic.
an atheist until I was
when
8. And it's like, so was everybody.
Oh dear. I wasn't an atheist till I was 7. Then I became an atheist.
But you're special, Simon.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yeah. I knew, you see, even 8 years old, that by the time I got to puberty, I was going to want to do some sinning. So
Europeans are progressive. You're ahead of us.
And upwards of 40% of professing Christians do not believe that Jesus is God. Do you know what that means? That means that they are not Christians. Because Christians understand that God had to die for the forgiveness of our sins.
And this isn't helping. This one too always bothered me. How does God die?
That could only have been worse if he'd said it in a Scottish accent.
How does God die? Right? Well, he didn't really die.
No.
Well, yeah, we know that. And that's the thing. You take the example of a hero in war that throws themselves on a grenade, right? They know it's a live grenade. They know it's probably going to be very bad. They're probably not going to survive it. That's the hero. If you're Superman and you dive on the grenade and it goes off and you stand up and you brush yourself off and you kind of got that little smile like, right? It's not quite the same thing. So God cannot die. So if Jesus is God, he knew he couldn't die. So the whole thing was faked because he can't die. No matter how you go, it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. And ultimately, why does there have to be a sacrifice? Where is this rule book that God has to follow about having all the animal sacrifices, but none of those were going to be any good? And ultimately, you're going to have a human sacrifice. And obviously, it parallels it because the animals have to be clean and unblemished and everything. And it seems that's the same story about Jesus. He has to be sinless and unblemished and all this and everything. And then that doesn't parallel all the other religions that do sacrifices. I think it does.
Yep.
But it was little doubts, just placed here and there, that began to erode and to diminish the faith. Number 5, and finally, I think
whoa.
some of our doubt comes.
Hang on a minute. Like, it just begins to erode our faith, he said.
That's what he's worried about.
Yeah, that's what he's worried about. So, I mean, it's not faith then, is it? If faith can be eroded, it's not faith that you've got. What you got there is a thinking person. It doesn't make sense. He's just contradicting himself.
Well, he wants you to think about everything else, but not about your faith. He wants you to dissect, because he said dissect Santa Claus and show that it's not, or that it's a fictional character. Yeah, dissect Santa Claus.
Yeah,
but do not dissect any questions that arise in your head about the Bible. Don't do it.
Oh my God, it's so funny. So that's a Christian saint, of course, Santa Claus. If you don't know, that's another thing that the Christians took over, right? Saint Nicholas.
Saint Nicholas, yeah.
You know, when I was in high school, this was after I had become a Christian in a very fundamentalist type Baptist church, and I made the mistake of pulling out the Encyclopedia Britannica. An encyclopedia was an actual book that contained indexed knowledge you could look up, just for anybody out there who doesn't know what I'm talking about. And
back in our day,
I looked up either Jesus Christ or Christianity, and that created an entire crisis of faith, because it just said what the scholarship said about the church and Jesus, and the documentary hypothesis, how the gospel is a product of the church, and just all sorts of things. And don't read the critical scholarship on things if you don't want to know.
Yeah.
Well, I know Ed was in the chat earlier, and he spoke about that too, that there's a thing when you're at school, whether it's divinity school, whatever you want to call it, that again, you're asking too many questions, right? I had a problem with a teacher one time. I was asking questions, and the teacher said, "We're just going to go with what it says here in the answer book."
Yeah.
No open to discussion or anything. It's just, the answer book says this. That's what we're going with. So, that's not a good. That bothers me. Yeah.
Funny. Yeah, it's very funny. There's a wonderful little Britain sketch called "Computer Says No," where a guy goes into the bank and goes, "I'd like to borrow some. I'd like to organise a loan if I can." And the girl behind the computer, behind the desk, goes, that literally smashes the keyboard with her fist. It goes, "Computer says no."
There you go.
Because people have replaced Emmanuel with intelligence.
Oh,
Man,
no.
there has been a fascination.
That's an interesting
with
spelling
science.
of Emmanuel.
Yeah.
Well, science is coming up to be a bad thing here.
Oh, love it.
Very bad.
Is that what
Very bad.
he just started to say the word science. Now, he's going to do a caveat where science is wonderful, but, and we're going to hear how you don't want to have intelligent scientific information to make you realize that, maybe these things are myths, and that's just a product of human imagination and needs and wants.
Keep your intelligence out of my religion.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's what he's been pushing all along, right? Well,
Yep.
as only for his religion, though. Yeah. Scrutinize everything else. Be a skeptic on everything else. Look into it. Get it, like somebody just mentioned, an actual book or something. And
my religion is a safe space.
But in the safe space, though, don't ask questions. Don't ask questions.
That has risen.
I love this, that some have replaced Emmanuel with the word Emmanuel.
Yeah.
I mean, like, you can't write this shit. You cannot
in
write
our culture, and has robbed the world of faith in Christ. And I say science loosely, and I need you to hear me say this. I am not anti-science.
What did I tell you?
Scott gets the center spot on the bingo card there for that one.
I am not anti-true, factual-based science.
Oh,
Today, though, we live in a world where theories are called science.
oh.
What a dumbass.
Yeah.
Tell me I don't
Pastor
know nothing
Corey.
about science without saying I don't know nothing about science.
Pastor Corey, you want to talk about memes? There's a meme that says, basically, tell me you don't know anything about science by saying it's just a theory, right? Okay.
He clearly kept intelligence out of his religion for sure.
Somebody send Pastor Corey that meme, okay? And please don't ever say that again, Pastor Corey, okay? And
yes, Tory,
just so you know, because we don't want to just giggle here, in science, a scientific theory has its own definition. That's 2 words, scientific theory. It has its own definition aside from the layman's definition, which is more or less just, I have an idea about something. A scientific theory has been rigorously tested. Okay, there's a big difference in the definitions.
It's beautiful. That's beautiful.
But they are not actually proven to be true. Hence,
Yes, they are. That is the definition. And do not trust me. Look up the definition for yourself, by all means. Fact check me as well as Pastor Corey here and see who's got the definition right. And Top Dog, hello. And Phantom, hello. Bunch of people rolling in. Good to see everybody.
What's up, everybody?
Yeah. Also, true is a bit of a touchy word when it comes to trying to define it. I think me and this pastor would probably have a different definition of what true is.
Yeah.
He may say anything that God did, and I would say, obviously, that's bullshit. So he could be right. He could be right about all of this.
I get really nervous when guys like this start talking about science in front of a congregation, because you know that by the end of the hour they're going to be more ignorant than when they came in.
Well, programmed. I don't like to think of ignorance, Scott.
Okay.
I like to think of it as programmed.
I can accept that terminology.
Thank you.
We've got Legion here. Hello. Thanks for stopping by.
the name theory.
Oh, theory.
Science changes
gotcha.
lanes all the time.
Gotcha. That theory.
It's very difficult for science to settle on anything for a very long amount of time without.
That's
It's almost
good.
like it doesn't speak in absolutes, huh?
Yeah, that's a good thing. It changes with new information. That's not bad. Not bad. Not bad. It's not a gotcha. It's not bad. Ken Ham uses that almost every day in their videos and arguments and newsletters and all the other garbage he puts out. Look, science came out with something new. Throw it all away. It's like, no, that's not how it is at all.
My biggest complaint with religion is that it claims to already know everything about everything and leaves no room for discovery or understanding things better or any of that. It claims to already have the answer to everything you would ever need to know. And if you don't, there's a person to ask that will apparently answer you or not. But that's really the biggest problem, is that it stifles any kind of discovery or learning or expansion of your understanding of the world, and harmful.
Yeah, also, I'd like to just point out that, I don't think it's written anywhere in the Bible that the sun is the center of the solar system. And yet science found that out quite a long time ago, 600 years ago now.
But those scientists are Christians, so there.
Well, yeah, that is true. Yeah. But funnily enough, they used science to find that out. They didn't read it in the Bible.
And that's always one of the arguments I use with the
They own the Bible,
Christians
though.
and with the Muslims that I talk to as well. There's nothing in there that's beyond the knowledge of the people of the time.
Well,
Also, the Sean Carroll one, I think it's Sean Carroll, or no, I think Peter Atkins said this. There's nothing that there's no scientific fact that's ever been overturned by any religious concept.
Yeah,
And
I
yet,
mean,
there are plenty of religious concepts that have been overturned by scientific facts.
right. We figure those things out in spite of religion, not because of it.
And it's never happened the other way.
Yeah.
Well, the Christians conceded to science when they put lightning rods on their steeples.
There you go. Oh, beautiful.
It must work, right? They use it. It must work.
Yeah. Well, it was a Christian that came up with that, though.
I still remember
over all the praying that goes on in that building, that running that rod and that wire to the ground is what makes the difference. Not how many. Obviously, there's a lot of prayers being said in that church, and they still put the lightning rod up. So.
Well, it's a funny story. It's the Christian that came up with that in Europe. I don't know about America because there's another story in that. But there's a guy did an experiment to find out what lightning was made of, and he managed to capture some of energy right from a lightning rod. He put a lightning rod into a bottle of wine or something like that, and he went over there to find out what was in the bottle. And well, he didn't go over. Of course, he didn't go over because he was a Christian. He sent his servant over to do it, and the servant got electrocuted. And he went, "Oh, that's like electrocution."
And now we know.
And now we know.
Changing gears. I want to show you an example just for kicks and giggles. Years and years ago in our country, cigarettes were considered to be a healthy thing.
No, they weren't.
I want you to look at this. I pulled 4 articles from 4 different places. Now, clearly, this was in the 50s.
Yeah, well,
but I want you to
50s,
notice the
knew
language.
Different.
These
Even
are
in the 50s,
ad campaigns.
They knew different, right? That was why people were getting paid out millions in the 70s for suing the tobacco companies, because it turned out that the tobacco companies did in fact do due diligence and do medical tests on their product, and they found out that there was a link to cancer. They just buried it and paid the government to bury it.
Hello, Chris. Well, that's whenever they pull up these studies, like, well, look at these scientists that work for the oil companies that say there's no climate change. It's like, well, what a coinkydink that is, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
And of course,
he's wanting people to not believe science and always come to him to find out if a particular study or finding is okay.
Well, it's actually a joke what he's doing, because he's referring to things in the 50s. And again, the Bible did nothing to change our knowledge of that. Religion had nothing to do with it. We did know better, but still, there's been more studies and we have more information and all those things in spite of religion, not because of it.
Exactly. I don't think it's written in the Bible, though, by the way. There's a really nasty weed which you shouldn't burn. Don't burn weeds and inhale them.
And this is in no way any kind of promotion for smoking or anything whatsoever, but George Burns was on the Tonight Show with Johnny Carson one time. And George Burns was known for smoking cigars, right? And Johnny asked him, how many of those do you smoke a day, you know? And he said, like a half a dozen or something like that. And he said, what does your doctor say about you smoking the cigars? And George Burns said, he's dead.
There you go.
Which that's being used in these. More doctors smoke Camel cigarettes than any other cigarette. Every single one of these. Which cigarette would your doctor choose? I mean, it's just on and on. And the biggest one to me, like, this is like a crescendo of a month.
Could I just point out, I think I could just about make up there on the top right-hand side, just saying, peer-reviewed in Nature. I think that's what it says. Sorry, I'm being sarcastic.
Yeah,
this is not a peer-reviewed paper. So
yeah.
Once again, this
And-
guy's showing his
What-
incredible
what-
ignorance.
What kind
How-
of
how science
truth
works.
in what kind of truth in advertising was there back then during the heyday of tobacco?
Well, it doesn't have to be back then,
No.
Scott. Doesn't have to be
Yeah,
back
that's true.
then. I mean, that's what advertising is about. It's like
Remember the commercials when they were spraying the kids with the DDT and everything too?
Yeah.
Look, nothing wrong with it. And it's like, yeah, until a couple years later.
Do you remember when religion was used to prop up chattel slavery, and then later it was used to say that it was bad? Just saying.
Oh,
you know?
brilliant.
Just saying. Yeah.
Just saying.
Brilliant. Advertising, yeah.
Almost like people figured out, well, you know, it would,
Yeah.
Do you remember when
Yeah.
people used to say, if you don't put lead in your gas, you'll get a terrible knocking sound from your engine?
Yeah. They had all those commercials for leaded gas. It was crazy.
Do you remember when they used to say asbestos is probably the greatest invention for
people
mankind
were
because of the
upset.
fire-resistant properties to have in your home?
Yeah, people were upset almost to the point of hostile. When I worked at the gas station, one of my first jobs is right when they were phasing it out, and that pump no longer existed, and people were very upset.
Yeah.
You took away my leaded gas. It's like, get a grip, man. It's probably the leaded gas.
Lead oxide.
And they said there was a big drop in violent crime when they took the lead out of everything.
I bet.
So, you know.
Lead oxides used to be used for lipstick, first of all.
There's no
ingredient.
safe exposure amount for lead. Like it's. Yeah.
That was back in Roman times, by the way.
Yeah.
I don't remember the Hebrews ever going, these Romans, they wear lead on themselves. Like, that's a bad idea. No, in fact, they didn't say anything about that in the Bible, and that's why that continued after the Roman Empire.
Yeah.
Well, it was
Right,
great to work with, and they did fantastic plumbing and everything with it, but unfortunately, yeah.
Plumbing, that was a good idea.
Yeah. So sometimes when it's just too good to believe, right? Yeah. That's why.
Oh, they just don't know.
That's the way everything is, and that's the way everything is on this planet, you know? If something tastes good, it's bad for you. You know what I mean? You've got this lead that's nice and malleable and stuff, and you can make pipe with it real easy, make mugs and everything with it, plates, all this stuff. Pewters, it's in pewter too, isn't it? And nope.
Stains, they use it in pottery as well.
Yeah, that's bad for you. And then the crystal and that's those certain potteries and everything. Yeah, they're radioactive and everything. And yeah, it's beautiful decanter. Isn't this decanter beautiful? It sure is. What are you going to decant with it? Nothing, because if you decant something with it,
there you go.
You drink all the lead
cigarettes,
or radioactivity or whatever.
I do distinctly recall in the 50s that all of the tobacco company the higher ups and the advertising agencies, they were all atheist.
Oh, absolutely.
I distinctly remember that. Philip Morris, probably one of the greatest atheists this planet has ever known.
There you go. Gosh, damn atheists.
Damn atheists.
Moment here. Let's go to the next slide. This was the best article that I had seen. It says this: a fact. Science advances new data that may completely change your ideas of cigarettes. And the whole article is about how good they are for you.
Oh, presentism.
If you have asthma,
if
you have a cough,
when you use that kind of logic, on the Bible, right? They're so quick to point out, and they say, well, slavery, that was of its time. God didn't want to get rid of it straight away because that's how people used to think back then. It's only you're only calling it moral because of what we know of today. And here he is. Just going back 70 years and doing the same thing. Okay, we know how bad cigarettes are. Therefore, isn't it amazing how anybody could even advertise this way?
It was for advertising, though. Yeah, it was put aside because they would say, look, we don't hold, your disclaimer thing, right? But this is a paid advertisement, right?
But like
yeah,
you're
they're
saying,
just paying to advertise. So they could distance themselves from any truth from it, right?
Don't suffer a witch to live.
They could get away with the advertising because they were burying the science that had been done to show that there was a link between cigarettes and cancer.
There was a Flintstones cartoon in black and white where Fred and Barney are having, I think they're Winstons.
Yep.
Sitting back. Oh, nothing like a good drag after work or something like that, right?
Yeah.
But, yeah, it was paid advertisement, and somewhere in that little fine print that you probably didn't even see on the screen because it was so small, it said, yeah, we do not support this or whatever.
Oh no, there was nothing like that because nobody knew the connection. Right? They kept telling us back, especially back then, let alone in the 70s, they kept saying, well, the data isn't in. We don't know whether it causes long-term cigarette exposure causes cancer. And yet, they had done the tests and stuff, and they did find a link. Like I'm saying, they just lobbied the American government to bury the data. Right? And guess who those lobbyists were? Well, 95% of the people in the States were, in fact, probably Christian. So I'm guessing some of them were Christians.
Same people that were paying those doctors to be in those ads.
Yeah, exactly.
A sore throat. If you don't believe me, go look. These are secular sources. I pulled this from CBS News.
Good for you.
Secular sources. If you have a cough, sore throat, asthma, get you a pack of Camels. It'll do you right.
And again, you've got a skin disease. Well, let's open up the Bible. It says, well, kill one bird, have another bird, drip the blood and do this, release the other bird with some magic words, and your skin disease will be cured after so many days. And then wash yourself ritualistically. Yeah, you know what? That didn't work. 2,000 years, they came out with a strict regimen of antibiotics and steroids that got rid of leprosy. Not the bird voodoo thing, whatever you want to call it.
You want to find out whether your girlfriend cheated on you, whether your wife cheated on you? No problem. Just poison her.
She's doing the bird voodoo.
It'll kill the baby only if she was unfaithful.
Gather dust from a floor in a time when people had dirt floors. So everything nasty you could possibly imagine is in that floor, and make a cocktail with it. Yeah.
You can't go hog wild. You have to have a priest.
Oh yeah.
Come on. Don't be ridiculous, guys.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, and make sure you don't leave too many striped sticks about either.
and kill all the witches.
Kill all the witches. But don't worry about getting snake bites.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. You need some more Pastor Corey.
But cigarettes, that's just totally unacceptable. That's atheism for you.
And that's all. And he's painting it. That's all of science too.
In the 50s, when obviously there were so many more atheists than there are today.
And there definitely weren't corporate interests trying to make people spend money.
Of all the books of bad ideas, you don't even have to get into the deeply religious parts of it in the Bible and Christianity. Just a surface reading of it will tell you all the wrong things you need to know.
Left-handed Jedi says we practiced duck and cover in grade school.
Yeah, so did we.
Yeah, there you go.
Well, Pastor Corey, you're doing a lousy job here. I'm not convinced. Now, obviously, you probably didn't really mean this sermon to be for atheists, but when you do things like this on YouTube, guess who you're going to attract? People like me that are looking for a video to review on Christmas, and it's titled to atheists. So,
yeah. He
What'd
said
you
it's
say?
the atheist, didn't he?
Yeah, this is
Okay.
for atheists. A Christmas sermon or
Hmm.
something.
Thank
Or
you. My Christmas will be lower in IQ now.
But he really hasn't said anything to atheists per se. He's just basically talking to his group.
Absolutely. But I mean,
He
thank you
doesn't
so
think
much.
atheists exist.
I think it. Yeah, there you go.
this is for atheists. That's what it's called. For atheists.
I spent
Period.
the afternoon wondering if I exist. Maybe this is for me.
I don't exist.
It's for atheists. Period. Christmas sermon for atheists. Period. December 1st, just a couple of weeks ago. So.
And he doesn't realize, that all he's doing is just giving atheists more ammunition to laugh at Christianity.
He's got to get out and pay some girl's father 10 shekels for all his raping.
There you go.
I mean, it's never ending. I can keep going.
Okay.
Listen to me. It was considered
not to.
a fact.
A fact.
Wasn't a fact. That was a theory.
He thinks he's got a gotcha. He's all happy.
Dead wrong, no pun intended.
Okay.
Oh, mug prick.
We live in a world where pseudoscience is considered truth.
Uh-oh.
And the reality is that science and scientists and intellectuals would diminish Christians and people of faith for believing the things that they believe.
Yeah.
But when you really take a look back and you take a step back and you begin to really observe, what you find is that science believes a lot of crazy stuff too.
Yeah, it does. It does.
Here
A lot
it
of
comes.
crazy stuff.
So he acknowledges that it's crazy?
Yeah, a lot of crazy stuff. I mean, one time I threw myself out the window and then I just managed to just grab the ledge as I was falling, going, oh my God, science believes this crazy idea of gravity. Perhaps I shouldn't.
Good thing you remembered.
Yeah, it's a good thing. I just thought to myself, oh, it's crazy. I'm crazy, so I ought to
Just a
believe in
theory.
gravity.
It's just a theory. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. And that was just one example. When I suddenly thought, oh wow, I'm an atheist. I need to start believing in science and everything it says. It's crazy. Excuse me.
One of those things is, not only cigarettes, but we used to live in a world where we believed it was heliocentric. We believed that everything revolved around the earth, right? Well, now we know that that's not true.
Where did they get that idea from?
Could you just stop that for a moment there? We used to believe in heliocentric. No. That's what atheists have been saying for 2,500 years. It's heliocentric. Right? That means sun-centered.
Yeah.
Right? So again, he doesn't know what he's talking about here. Obviously, it was Copernicus that first came up with the scientific proof of heliocentrism. Not geocentrism, right? Which is what he should have said there.
Yeah.
So,
but where did they get that idea from? Because I'm pretty sure there's a book that he talks about that they may have based a lot of that on.
Yeah, there was. I think it said something like the Earth stands still or something like that. The Earth is unmoving.
Right. The Earth is unmoving. Everything's designed around the Earth, and it sits on pillars. Where do flat earthers, not all of them, but where do many of them base their ideas from? It's because of the Bible. They say that the heliocentric model is to argue against the Bible and to crush Christianity and all that shit.
There you go. So if you could just go back on this a little, Dave, just to hear him say heliocentric again, just in case.
Yeah, I didn't catch that.
Doubting
right.
that he actually is standing in front of a whole group of people, just messing up even what the Bible says. Deliberately so, I feel. Go ahead.
Not only cigarettes, but we used to live in a world where we believed it was heliocentric. We believed that everything revolved around the earth.
Unbelievable.
Heliocentric, everything revolved around the earth.
not no. I mean, he's just totally like I don't know. I don't even know where the guy clearly he's just like spouting nonsense, right? And he's gone through this very quickly. He's just heard these terms and he doesn't really think what they're about. He doesn't understand Greek, obviously, because he's never read the Bible in its original language. So, or at least the New Testament. So, okay. There you go. It's just wrong. What can we say? He's just an idiot, really.
He fucked up.
Oops.
Right? Well, now we know that that's not true. But for 1,000 years, that's what science believed.
You mean the Earth isn't
Listen to
heliocentric?
No. 2,500 years people thought that it was likely that the sun was at the center. And it wasn't until Copernicus that it was actually shown mathematically to be the case. We had to wait for a telescope, in other words, to see the transit of Venus properly. But yeah.
Interview with Richard Dawkins, one of the leading atheists.
Leading
voices an incredible.
Now get ready for this one.
Amazing scientist. Go on.
Get ready for this one.
Intelligent man. But somebody asked him about what occurred before the Big Bang to create the universe. And he stopped him. He said, "We don't use that kind of language anymore." And the guy said, "Big Bang?" He said, "No, we use that language." He said, "But we never refer to anything that was before the Big Bang." And he said, "What are you talking about? There had to be, what you're saying is that things came together and exploded. What are you saying?" He said, "We just don't use that language. You need to move on."
Really?
Really?
Yeah.
Really? That's his grasp of the whole situation?
My comment on this video was, do you have a citation for Richard Dawkins saying that where, well, no, don't ask about that.
I know what he's talking about. Richard
Yeah,
Dawkins
me too.
did say something similar to that, but there's a whole lot of context there.
Well,
too.
he's mentioned this.
Yeah, there is.
Coherent to say there's something before the Big Bang because there's no time, prior.
Yeah, he's
prior to the
the
singularity.
terminology context he's leaving out of there. Yeah.
Yeah, the guy doesn't get it. He doesn't understand the topic.
Of course. Well, I mean, if that wasn't obvious enough by saying we used to believe that the solar system was heliocentric, I mean, if that isn't enough to convince you that he has no grasp on physics or cosmology, then saying that it's a silly question to think that something could exist, something can't exist before time.
Hello, B.S. Lewis. And hello, Deviant. Deviant says,
Oh.
"Hi, all ye reprobates, suspected God haters, miscreants." Is that how you pronounce it?
Yeah, that's it.
Scallywags and general peeps. Hello, Deviant.
Yeah, nice.
Everybody joining us. Have a Merry Christmas. This is our Christmas sermon to atheists, although we're kind of questioning if he's actually directing it to atheists, but thought it'd be interesting to look at.
Yeah, he's wrong either way.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it was a moment of, like, for me, pure bliss, because it had taken him, scientific research, had taken them to a place where they were saying, we can't explain this, so we're just going to kind of ignore it. And
No.
We're going to kind of ignore it. Yeah.
Pastor Corey, that's just terrible. Terrible.
Yeah, saying I don't know the answer to something is not ignoring it. Those two things are not the same.
Yeah, what does he think these people do that study these things every day? They're just sitting around playing video games or something.
He's too busy in pure bliss over his lack of knowledge of anything.
Yeah.
Pure bliss.
And that's never a healthy, good place to be.
Bliss. And that's, I think so. He used the right word there, at least.
Glenn Scrivener, this is what he said. He said, Christians believe in the virgin birth of Jesus. Atheists believe in the virgin birth of the universe.
What?
I don't know who that person is, and I don't really care because
I love it. I love it. Yeah, no, I think it would be fitting, though. I mean, I'm not saying this is true, but it would be. I came from a vagina, guys.
Me too. What a
that.
coincidence.
Well, there we
Who
go.
knew?
Fantastic. I'm pretty sure it wasn't a
I
virgin.
thought I was the only one.
I'm pretty sure it
I
was
was
a
hatched.
virgin one. I'm just saying.
Oh, Joe was hatched. See, I knew there was something going on.
That's Kentucky. That's a different place altogether.
And then
Have you
we've
seen
got
the
those
thought
out there.
that I have?
We've got those out there that are spawning too. They got to stop that.
Honestly.
This thing didn't come through a vagina, I promise. See that?
Well, I'm just saying that you know, the size I was as a baby, it certainly wasn't a virgin that I came through, a virgin vagina, that is. And to think of the size of the universe, and you're telling me that was a virgin. Yeah, no, this is stretching credulity beyond what I think is reasonable for a Jewish princess.
And hey, hello, Phantom. Good to see you too.
I love it. I love
Choose
it,
your
Simos.
miracle.
Very, very well said. Very well
Thank
said.
you.
Now, I want to say this. I am not against intelligence. I hope
Now, wait a minute.
He said earlier he was.
Pastor Corey.
In fact, I hope to be intelligent someday.
What do we do with the childlike mentality of not questioning all? And that's why children often get a pass on things, because they haven't developed intellectually enough to properly think about things, right? And that's why we have laws that say, well, they're still a child. They're not held accountable as much as adults are, right? There's a difference. But now, once again, and he's done this several times, he switches back and forth. Be intellectual, examine this, but don't be intellectual and examine this. He keeps flipping through this 3 or 4 times now he's done it.
you know that. I'm not against being informed and educated.
Yes, you are.
Oh, yes, you definitely are. You can tell that. 'Cause
Yes, you are.
Yeah, you can tell that because of the way he wears his sweater.
Yeah. Oh, I was, Sal Cordova was on the other night with Creation Myths, Dr. Dan over there.
Okay.
And he had a polo shirt and he had the collar turned up. And I was like, what do you think? He's the Fonz or something? It's a damn polo shirt.
Oh, I love it.
As a matter of fact, I think that in an age of skepticism, you'd better have a reason to know why you believe what you believe.
What?
Right back at you, sir.
What do you mean in the age of skepticism? It's
Yeah.
literally written in the Bible that you need to have a reason.
Yep. Be prepared to defend your faith, Peter says, right?
Yeah, Paul, maybe. Yeah. Peter, Paul. I don't know which one. Yeah.
That's what Peter said. He said, listen,
Oh, you're right.
those of
Peter
you
said
that
it.
claim the name of Christ,
I know a few things in the Bible.
Yeah, I can see that.
Well, I'm
I'm
surprised
impressed.
he does.
I'm not, obviously there's people that can quote a chapter verse and they know it very well, and hats off to them. I would never be able to compete with them, but I've read the thing. I know a few things that are in the book. So
Yeah, no, I get those two confused all the time. Peter and Paul.
yeah. I get James and Peter confused a lot.
Yeah. It's because I was indoctrinated by 60s groups. Right? Yeah.
And it's
John, Paul, Ringo, George. They're all
it's some of the
same.
problems I had when I was taking the tests in school. I always had a problem with the tests. I knew this stuff. I always had a problem with the tests because I've always had a technician mindset, right? So that's why I liked being a technician, because I didn't have to know all this stuff, right? When I needed to know the specs, I looked them up, right? Why do I have to memorize all the specs for something that I'm only going to use maybe once or twice in my lifetime,
Yeah.
So I've always been real selective about, so my brain has been always like, you don't need to know all this stuff about, adverbs and sentence structure and everything. And then I'd go in on the test and I'd get a D, right? And it's like, it's not that I didn't understand it. It's, I don't want to know all this useful stuff. I want to have it in a, and that, well, that's why the internet's great, because I was able to throw out all my manuals and everything else with all that information. And now you can just look it up. So yeah. But that doesn't mean that I don't understand, you know, the basic gist of everything.
Yeah, we used to say that about our times tables. Like, well, why do we need calculators then?
Yeah.
We got calculators. We don't need to learn our times tables. And they said, "Oh no, you got to learn your times tables."
Well, there's a big push from people in certain groups that want to bring back cursive writing because
there you go.
Yeah, kids aren't going to know cursive writing, and it's like they aren't teaching it for a good reason, because they're teaching them keyboard. I wonder why they're teaching them keyboard, right?
Yeah, right. Also, you know, there's nothing wrong with cursing, by the way.
That's right.
When someone challenges you or they question you, you'd better have a reason for why you hope what you hope. And I would say we need to know why we believe what we believe. I believe that we need to have education. I believe in all those things. But there is something that is far superior and tantamount to intellectualism, and it's faith and belief.
See, there he goes again. See,
Yeah.
I want to have all this information, but then I want to say, never mind. I'm just going to rely on, yeah. So you're very confusing, Mr. Corey. Very confusing.
I think what we learned from Mary is the simplicity of faith and belief.
From Mary.
The problem is,
she's a woman. So, of course, that's where we learned that.
Well, that was his argument earlier. His argument is that a child would have believed God was going to make her pregnant. A grown woman wouldn't have believed it.
Wow.
He's got a big thing with a simplistic belief like a child, where a child would just, you know, often, like I say, a child doesn't care what the answer is. If you give them an answer, they say, okay, can I have a cookie? You know, and they go on about their way. An adult, you give them an answer and they might say, hold on, right? Explain that again, you know? So he has this problem of don't ask the questions unless it's all these other things that he's bringing up. I want to know, I want to research, I want to look this up, I want to know the truth. But, like Scott said earlier, but, comes the but, I'm going to throw all that away because it in some way goes against my faith.
Yep.
is that in our culture, people look at that as a weakness. And they say, well, if you have faith and belief, you must not be intelligent. And what I would say is that, no, my faith and belief leads me to intelligence.
I don't
Wow.
see how that follows.
I'd love to say that's an oxymoron, but I'm just going to say he's a moron instead.
Go ahead, Scott.
I was just thinking he doesn't really demonstrate such faith leading to intelligence path. It's just, he says he just knows so many ways of being wrong, yet being confident.
Yeah, we've pointed out quite a bit of how wrong he's been. I'm going to give him another chance here, and then we're going to switch over to something that might be a little more spicier here, because
Yes, please.
I'm not convinced, Pastor Corey. So we're going to give you one more shot here, and then we're going to switch to something else.
He does seem to me to be a corner of apologists.
I've got a quote from Samuel Clemens. He said, "A man is accepted into a church for what he believes, and he is turned out for what he knows." I think that's
Beautiful.
That's
beautiful. Yeah, that's poetry, those.
And I think this is what we see in the life of Mary. It's a simplistic faith. It's a beautiful trust that God is who he says he is, and God will do what he says he'll do. So let's walk through just a few ways.
Although he doesn't actually
things that
say
we learned
anything
from Mary about.
Yeah,
although
but
he doesn't actually say anything. But apart from that, you can believe every word.
Yeah, but at the same time, though, he has a problem with if your child has that same fascination with Santa that they have with Jesus, because it shouldn't be the same thing. Well, in the eyes of a child, it is a beautiful thing, you know. It is a beautiful thing when the kid believes Santa's coming and they're writing the notes to Santa and they're leaving out the cookies and the milk for Santa, and it is great to be in that precious period of time that we have, right, where we could live in our imaginations and you didn't have to worry about concerns of the world, right? Your food was on your plate, you know, your bed was made for you, you know, everything's ready to go, you know. But as the Bible says, this is something else I know from the Bible. I'm going to impress everybody. When I was a child, I thought like a child and I spoke like a child. But when I became a man, I put away childish things. So if there's any truth in the Bible, it may be that verse.
Yeah.
Yeah, I bet he didn't mean for it to be used that way.
No. Although I do like Lego.
Trusting in Christ. Number one in your notes, Mary teaches us that trusting in Christ demands accepting reality.
Oh. Yeah, this is the one I wanted to hit. This is another one I had a problem with. Trusting in the mythical stories about Jesus, not the historical arguments for Jesus, but the biblical Jesus accepting reality. And here's a big problem.
Okay? You're going to have a baby. He's going to be born to you. And her response is, how can this be? I am a virgin. Right? This was a statement of reality. Okay? It was a statement of saying, Angel Gabriel, Mr. Sir, I am a virgin. I've never seen or heard of this happening. And this, in this moment, was Mary accepting the reality of the situation. And I believe that for every single one of us, in order for us to advance in life and to grow in faith, we've got to deal in circles of reality. We've got to deal in realism, okay? I think that over the past 30, 40 years, one of the blights against the charismatic movement is that we have had spiritual leaders teach us to not embrace reality, but to deny reality. And if you get a report from the doctor that says you only have 4 weeks to live, what you are supposed to do is to say, I don't believe that, I don't receive that, and somehow it's supposed to make it go away. That's not dealing in reality. Dealing in reality says, I have heard the report, but I'm going to choose to believe the report of the Lord.
Yeah. Dealing in reality is saying, I've heard the report, now I'm going to go and snort coke off a hooker's ass.
All right. Now you're talking my language.
Right.
That's dealing with reality.
Yeah.
Go ahead, please. Sorry, just wanted to put that in there.
I was just looking. We got
just like the Holy Spirit.
we got Avenued, and we've got Robin Webster. Hello, Robin. Good to see you.
Hi, Robin.
And did I say hi to Jasper? If I didn't, hi, Jasper. There's a lot of chat. Hello, everybody, and appreciate everybody stopping by.
To paraphrase what he's saying, look at the world and gather all your observations and facts, and then believe this other thing instead. That's reality. Come on now.
That's exactly what I said he's been doing this whole thing. Yeah.
Oh, I know. He's
He sets up, that this is the reality that I want. Forget what the science says, forget what other religions say. Everybody else is wrong. It's just the reality I want, which is not reality. That's leaving reality, is making up your own and leaving everybody else's.
Yeah, there's a word for that, but I'm not going to say it.
If God doesn't intervene, I've got 4 weeks, but I'm trusting and believing that God's going to intervene. That, friends, is dealing in reality.
That sounds like reality, yeah.
See, he just contradicted. I thought he was basically mocking faith believers, but then he's turning right back around. He's saying, if you have faith, it's still going to be all right.
Yeah, no. You can just ignore reality because you've got faith.
Right.
Has he mentioned chemotherapy yet or something like that? Because otherwise he's being stupid.
He's all over the place. That's the thing. This is one thing I never liked about sermons. They never made sense to me for exactly this reason. When you can take a moment to actually, like we're doing, stop it for a minute and say, wait a minute. You know, the sermons, when you dissect them, have a lot of problems in them. And it just seems to be a bunch of things that sounded good, that flowed well in a sentence, and there's your sermon.
Yeah. Always using examples of things that were never going to happen to most of the people that you're talking to.
That too, yeah.
You know what I mean? It's just unbelievable, you know. Oh, okay, so anyone that dies, right, presumably of cancer, wasn't cured by their faith, so they weren't Christians.
Yeah. Trusting in God for all your problems may be your reality, but that doesn't mean it's a rational thing to do, or even a somewhat reasonable thing to do. And nobody does that. He doesn't do that.
Yeah, and also, like, he's been to the, he's saying, when the doctor tells you, well, that means you're going to the doctor. Why would you bother going to the doctor?
Yeah.
Just leave it up to God. You don't even need to know that you've got cancer.
Right.
I just saw a video where, and it's great that this person was healed of their cancer. Okay, this is not in any way making fun of anybody getting healed, but this young lady was leaving the hospital, high-fiving. When they said they do these celebration things. Everybody comes out and lines the hallways, right? Like you're leaving the hospital for good type thing, right? So everybody lines up, they're high-fiving, and going on through, and it's all about thank God, thank God, thank God, thank God, as she's high-fiving all this hospital filled of very talented people that actually did the healing.
Yeah.
Perp walk. Oh, no, that's something else.
All right. Well, we're gonna skip ahead on the Pastor Corey there.
He's a waste of space. He
only mentioned atheists really once, and I think maybe one other time. His points are kind of repetitive, so.
Yeah. But it's also Dave, what you call clickbait for his audience.
Yeah, well, hey, I appreciate it, and I'm using it for clickbait as well. And
I know, fair enough.
I hopefully I clickbaited you into watching this, and I would appreciate that if you'd give it a like and a comment, and subscribe down there. My subscriber counts have been coming up very nicely. I appreciate it.
Beautiful.
And we get up just a little bit more. We get to that 500, and I can have some Bigfoot emojis, and y'all can spam the chat with them, and I'm looking forward to it. So if you know anybody, yes,
yes, okay.
And if you know anybody that isn't subscribed, maybe share it over there. And of course, subscribe at Answers in Atheism, subscribe at the Kentucky Atheist, and go subscribe over at Simos Funk as well. All right, appreciate it.
If you subscribe to my channel, you get an everlasting life too. So
Joe's already got a Bigfoot emoji over there, so
yeah.
I'm jealous. I'm very, very jealous. So
Wow.
I'm asking Santa Claus, for
you know what they say about big feet, right?
Big shoes.
I'm just saying the content's great.
I think it's that your father was a clown. I think that's.
Yeah, I don't expect to get all the ones I need, by Christmas, but a couple more subscribers is all I'm asking for Christmas. So I appreciate it, and got a little something coming out for Christmas. I made a Bigfoot Christmas video. It's called "Bigfoot is Coming to Town."
Yeah. I haven't.
I'm holding it. I'm holding it till Christmas Eve. So, but that'll be coming out to all the Bigfoot fans out there, right? And while I'm on it, speaking of announcements, Purple Rhymes with Orange is having her Christmas marathon again this year. She does, was it 72 hours, Joe, or something like that? Covering like all around the world, when everybody has Christmas Eve and Christmas and stuff. Is it 48? Okay.
It's from 5 a.m. on Christmas Eve to 5 a.m. on the 26th. She'll be on my channel tomorrow to talk about it.
There you go. And Christmas Eve, Joe and I are on back to back. And then I think it's Ember and Sumami are on. And Christmas Day gets kicked off with Stephanie's going to be on first thing in the morning. Midday is Purple. And then I think Bree may be following. Claire is on in the evening, Saturday. And all the other ones are filled in. I don't remember all. These are just some of the ones I noticed were popping up. And so, yeah, if for whatever reason you're not doing anything and you're home for Christmas and you want to be with some friends, that's why Purple has the stream. So there's always somebody to go hang out with. If for whatever reason you're at home or just maybe stuck traveling and, tune in for a little bit. And I'm going to be maybe talking about Krampus. We'll see how it goes. Last year, I didn't even get to my notes. Everybody was just chit-chatting and we had a good time. So we'll see how it goes. But yeah, so check out the Christmas Marathon. And speaking of, I also got this video. Now, usually I don't, this is a little bit bigger channel, but these two are really bothering me. They think they own Christmas. So let's take a listen to these two for a few minutes here. See what they have to say about atheists and Christmas. This had a little music thing, so I cut it out. I didn't know if it was okay to use or not. Their little intro music going
yeah, like that nippiness in the air, and you hear Christmas carols and all that kind of stuff. People were saying Merry Christmas, and then of course, like midway through my very short life, everyone got into the debate of like, do you say Merry Christmas or Happy Holidays? And so people were saying Happy Holidays, but see, when they started saying Happy Holidays, I realized at that age that everyone celebrated Christmas, but it started to not make sense why a large section of the population, right, the secularists, the worldlings, as the saints called them, right, atheists, celebrate Christmas, because Christmas is a Christian.
Wrong already. Well, that didn't take very long. Atheism is not secularism, I'm afraid.
Right.
They're just different things. They're completely different things. So, yeah.
This guy reestablishes and stupid to the word young.
Traditional Thomist. I like that. I think that says a lot.
Yeah.
Anyway, there we go. He thinks he's smart. Let's hear him continue to be smart at the same time making basic errors in language.
Yeah. Holiday. And so by analogy, if an atheist was to celebrate a Catholic holiday, right, and secularize it, it would be like me as a Catholic trying to secularize Ramadan and sell a bunch of stuff and celebrate. It would not make any sense. It wouldn't be not just
Can I
fit.
just get in there? So it would also not make sense if a Christian were to celebrate a pagan holiday, right?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, like if Christians went and they found a pagan holiday and was like, we're just going to call that a Christian holiday from now on and do it that way. That wouldn't be right to do, would it?
Yeah.
And I looked it up. In 9 years, Ramadan falls on Christmas. So
they'll raise hell about that.
Yeah, are they stomping on it? No. Guess
the
what?
world's going to end that day.
Ramadan floats around the calendar. Okay, so the idea, and again, people that are separated way back in the day, they didn't know what day people had other things. You know what I mean? Just because you had a holiday on the same day, the same week, or the same month, or whatever, oh, you're picking on the other one or something. That's nonsense. It's just, you're just whining again.
Yeah.
But it wouldn't make any sense at all because I'm not Muslim, right? I'm a Catholic.
You're
and
not
so
pagan either.
in that,
Well, and of course, here's the exception to the rule. Maybe you're good friends with a Muslim. Maybe a Muslim invites you to go to one of their things, right? And being a polite friend, and maybe out of curiosity, whatever the reason being, you say, hey, yeah, I'll go. Let's go check it out, right? And you go do their thing with them, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
You know,
I like sorry, go ahead, Dave. Sorry.
Well, he's going to point out that he would never do such a thing, right? So
yeah. Also, there was I know this is a slightly separate thing, but there's a program over here where people talk about this kind of religion thing, and someone said about whether Britain should become a secular country or not. And it was pointed out that all of the Christians were misusing the word secular, just like this guy does. But nonetheless, there was
a fan in the chat here.
Good.
Legion says he's very holy and very smart.
I'm doubting that so far. But nonetheless, who
Thank
knows?
you.
But anyway, yeah, so the question was whether Britain should become secular. And of course, the Christian theists all misunderstood it. But a Hindu gentleman got up and said, I like living in a country where a Hindu can send the rabbi got up and said, I like living in a country where I can send a Hindu a Christmas card and we can both accept that we're just going to have a good time.
Yeah.
So
it sounds like
celebrating is not necessarily saying that we believe the mythos.
Yeah, that's kind of the ridiculous thing, because the greeting is Merry Christmas. In other words, have a happy Christmas this year.
Yeah.
It's a well-wishing. Anybody can do that. An atheist can. I can want you to have a happy Christmas, Thomas. In fact, I do want you to have a Merry Christmas.
Oh, thank you.
And
thank you. I appreciate it.
Doesn't commit me to any religion, doesn't commit you to any religion. I just want this particular year that's marked out on the calendar to be a happy and peaceful time for you.
That's right.
Merry Christmas, but fuck your holidays.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Legion here again doesn't understand. You're welcome to have your religion. We just have decided that we don't want your religion.
Yeah, I'm not going to go to a church
discussing
service around this religion, but I will give some presents to people. Yeah. So it's
and I'm not going to show up I'm not going to show up at Christmas to any of the churches that are nearby here and give them a hassle or anything either.
Yeah, I'm going to protest.
Knock yourself out. Enjoy your service. Enjoy your Christmas.
Yeah. And also, one of the things they say in the hymn, of course, is goodwill. God bless you, Jerry.
Goodwill towards men.
Goodwill to all men. Yeah, all men. That is, not women, men, but nonetheless, all of them. So whether they're religious or not.
These two here, though, they just have a real attitude about atheists daring to celebrate Christmas.
Well, I was going to ask you about that because I was hoping this girl wasn't buying what he was laying down, but I guess she is.
Yeah, they're in full agreement here.
Yeah.
They're, I don't know the term,
They
but
get together.
they're very, very Catholic.
Yeah, you can tell there's some kind of like what's the word? Sexual tension in the
Yeah,
background between
I
these
think they're
two.
into each other.
Yeah, it could be. Well, I think she's spoken for because her kids interrupt her. So.
Oh, okay.
Same
Well,
vein, to me, it doesn't make sense why an atheist would celebrate Christmas.
because you're an idiot.
Yeah, it just doesn't take too many brain cells to figure that out. I mean, that's
No.
not a high demand question to answer.
Here's one word answer: presents.
I like getting shit for free.
Who doesn't like getting a present, right?
Yeah.
Capitalism.
Hey, we got the day
Yeah.
off. Might as well go
Yeah.
have food with some people and
Yeah.
exchange presents.
Yeah.
What's so hard about that?
Yeah. Absolutely.
And
Well, it's
like
not
with
as good as it's not as good as New Year's, where not only do
Yeah.
I get free shit, I also get a chance to go and try and get off with somebody.
and with different parts of the family, there was always, well, hey, we're gonna go to church.
And you know-
We'll do this after, or you know what I mean, because they knew we weren't going to go to church. You know what I mean? So it's not a
Yeah.
problem. They go and did their church, maybe in the morning, evening, or whatever, and then everybody met at whoever's place or whatever for the thing or whatever. And it's like, there's not a problem. There's not a problem. There's not a problem. And presents, okay, food. Okay. People like going and having food and presents and seeing your friends and your relatives. And again, because it is secular, we have, like I said, a lot of people have the day off, maybe a couple days off. Some people might take the whole week off. The schools are closed down for what, 10 days around this time of year? Lots of time off. Go visit and everything. You don't have to do visit with some of your friends and family just because you're a Catholic.
One
How
could
do you-
maybe retort,
Sorry, Legion. How do you know the moment after death everyone meets Jesus? How do you know that? I mean, that's the claim. You're making the claim, but could you give us some reasoned argument as to how you know that?
I don't have a problem with standing up for myself. You can call it jokingly or whatever, but straight up, if the only thing held against me is that I make fun of a magic zoo boat, then so be it. I'm going to stand up for myself and I'm going to say, seriously, God or Jesus or Peter or whoever I got to talk to at them gates. Seriously, the magic zoo boat is keeping me out? Really? I want you to look me in the face and tell me the magic zoo boat is what's keeping me out. So bring it on.
well,
donkeys.
Christmas is a time for family, it's a time for gifts, it's a time for good food, for fellowship.
Yes. What's wrong with that? Those are all the things I just said, right? Food, presents, fellowship. You got time off. Sounds like a great, what do you call it? A team. I love it when a plan comes together, right? You've got everything there to have a good time, right? Hello, Mark Reed. Good to see you. Is it tomorrow today? It's tomorrow.
I think
for
it's
you,
been
right?
tomorrow for a while over there.
Oh, it's tomorrow. Yeah.
Good day.
Tomorrow,
Good day.
yeah.
Good day over there to you, Mark.
Really, all of those things you can do whenever. And if you want to say, well, let's have a dedicated holiday to that, well, then make a dedicated holiday to that. It doesn't make sense to choose
We did.
a day in which Christians
Pagan
are going to mass.
holiday. Pagan holiday. We chose.
And once again, the Christians have been fully involved in the Santa Claus part of it and everything too.
Good point.
It's, they don't see the now. Of course, there's always exceptions, and there's atheists or secular or non-believer, whatever you want to call that, choose not to have Santa Claus and stuff, whatever. And there's probably people that don't have Christmas trees or do presents or anything for whatever reasons. That's their own business. But it isn't owned by anyone anymore. It is
I'll be
cultural
curious.
and secularized and consumerized.
Most
I'm
importantly,
curious to
yeah.
know where this guy's going with this, because is he wanting to lock all atheists out of his Christmas mass, because that's what he's talking about now is the Christmas church service? Is he wanting to lock all atheists out of that and not let them come in? That's not going to be a big problem. That's just not going to be a problem.
It's to let you know this is for me and not for you. It's exclusivity is the bread and butter of all religion.
And this, again, it's not taking away from them, right? They can still have Christmas. They can still have their Catholic services and whatever they do with their Christmas festivities. And I can have a tree, and my sons are going to have the day off, and we're going to do Christmas Eve, actually. And we're going to eat, and we're going to have presents, and have a few laughs, hopefully, and visit for a little bit. And doesn't take away from your Christmas at all. This is one of those things over and over. It's not taking anything away from them. What are they losing? They're not losing anything.
Yeah, so Legion says everyone is invited to Catholic Mass. They're invited to go, but not to take part. Of course, they can't take part. So I don't know what's the point in going, but okay. Whereas when you go to Christmas, if you go to an atheist Christmas, you'll be invited to take part.
I went to a very welcoming church growing up. Like I said, I don't.
Fine. Did they let you take communion?
I don't remember having any issues. We did a communion thing there.
Okay. Well, they weren't Catholic, though, were they?
No, it was Methodist, but we still did.
Well, there you go then.
We still did the thing. Obviously. Yeah. But the issue is, though, I don't have a problem. I mean, I don't think that church. I know there are some churches that are not welcoming, but I know there are churches that are welcoming. I don't.
Sure.
Sure.
Well, sure. They're welcoming, but they don't let you take part. I mean, that's all I'm saying. It's with one hand. Well, I'm going to give with one hand. We'd like you there because you might put some money in the donation thing, but we're not going to let you take part because you're not holy enough.
I literally have one that, if not for a house up on the corner here, I could see it. It's a couple 100 feet away. If I wanted to go to church, there's literally one on the corner here by where I live. So,
there's no shortage of them here in the Bible.
Accessibility is not a problem if I wanted to go. And I always told my kids too that, anytime the question came up, I always told them that, we don't go to church, because a lot of us, friends would ask and stuff, he's got friends that go to church, and they said, well, and just explain, we don't go to church and stuff. But I told my boys, if you want to go ahead,
They don't like the Catholics here, though.
Yeah, you want to find out what, religions are or whatever, you find out for yourself, I said, but, I choose not to go.
Yeah, so again, Legion doing his best to misunderstand. So for 1,500 years, only the Catholic faith was around. That is not true for the first few hundred years after the death of Christ, allegedly. There were many different types of faiths, none of which were Catholic. Catholic faith only came around much later. They like to pretend, the Catholics like to pretend it was the first faith, right? Because of what Jesus said. But that's just a post hoc justification.
That's the thing with these two.
That's literally a fallacy that the Catholic Church is based on.
These two think they're special.
Yeah.
Us to celebrate the birth of the risen Savior, the birth of Christ. And so, it doesn't make any sense. It becomes cringe, and it's honestly insane whenever you hear people say,
Sorry, which risen Savior? Because there's quite a few risen Saviors.
Well,
I think we know which one you mean, but Jesus was not the first risen Savior.
that goes back to the other the pastor Corey, that, oh, well, there's all these other stories, so that disproves Jesus. And it's like, it doesn't disprove Jesus. It just shows that there's a lot of other stories, and your story is not unique. You know, there are a lot of God stories, demigod stories, magical powers, healings, coming back from the dead, born magically. Even the Buddha's birth, supposedly there was a white elephant or something that strolled through, or, you know, there's these things make good stories. That's what I think they fail to understand is there's a reason stories were retold, especially in an oral tradition time. It had to be a good story. You had to add a lot of good embellishments to a story, or make it totally mythical, like an Aesop's fable, just so that people would remember it and retell it. Doesn't make it all literal, though. You're missing meanings, and in a way I kind of feel bad for people who are missing what I think authors often have meanings to these things that are absolutely nothing like the people nowadays take them as. You know what I mean? That, like, if they could run into the author today, the author was like, what are you reading? You know? That's not what how did you get that out of this?
Merry Christmas, or let's celebrate Christmas, but they also don't believe in, or definitely don't want to follow, the risen or birthed Lord. So that's my thoughts in general on
which
the
risen Lord?
It makes me think about how many Protestants celebrate Halloween, and they don't actually understand the roots of Hallowtide at all. And so the argument could be made. I mean, for most Protestants who don't even believe that you should pray to the dead, even though we don't believe that the saints are dead, and that they're actually more alive than we are now.
Because you're crazy.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
That's good. That's called some level of delusion, which I have no idea about.
Isn't part of sainthood after they die, they have the things to make them a saint?
Yeah. Read one of them books back there. Jesus Christ.
The saints are more alive than we are.
Because, well, I don't think they're made a saint until they pass away, right? Wasn't that the thing with Mother Teresa, that they didn't do it until after she was passed away or something like that or whatever?
No, didn't they there was one living saint, wasn't there? They made a saint before they died.
Did they?
Wasn't there? I think so. Hold on, let me verify that. I'm not
there
sure
probably
about
is. There's always an exception, dude.
Yeah.
And especially when it comes to the Catholics, because they've got untold numbers of saints. Everyone can be a insane, can't they? It doesn't matter. But like, I also think that, you know, like, she's just on a level of like, so she's basically saying that alive, right? It's a matter of degree.
Yeah.
Right. Now talk about being fancy with words, right? I'm sorry, alive is what?
Oh.
It's what? Is he either dead or alive? There's no degree. There's no like, well, he's not quite dead. If you're not quite dead, that means you're alive.
Yeah. Right? What I'm reading is the definition in the Catholic faith is to be a saint, you have to be in heaven. So.
Yeah, you have to be dead. I thought it was you had to be dead.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
Hello, Beck. How you doing? Good to see you. Yeah, somebody, because I think I saw something one time where they wanted to make Mother Teresa a saint, and they were talking about they couldn't do that because she was still alive.
Yeah.
Difficult to tell, I would imagine, in her case.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why I thought that, but my bad. I was wrong.
Oh, that's no problem. I wasn't sure either. I just thought I remembered hearing that. So.
I promise to never be wrong again.
Better not be.
I should hope not. Call yourself an atheist.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, but see, we didn't question it. Excuse me. We didn't question it in real time. There you go. Joe looked it up. Amazing. Amazing that we can do this. And so many people refuse to do what took Joe, 10 seconds to do.
Google
Joe.
this.
Joe, you're going to need a nap, my dude. I mean, the effort that required.
I don't Sorry, my kids are asking for food. Hold on.
Oh, you're good.
Yeah,
She doesn't have
food is very important, y'all. Just like Christmas. But you know who doesn't celebrate Christmas, right? Atheists. That's who. So,
Oh, my God.
Oh,
Look at him.
wow. No, that, he's told me.
Yeah.
He's told me. I'm not even going to bother asking for the receipts this Christmas.
I'm going to stand in the corner for Christmas this year.
Yeah.
I'm doing it all wrong.
Yeah.
All of those presents I've bought, I'm going to just keep them myself now. I'm not even going to give them away.
I'm going to go there and burn that fucking tree here in a minute.
I can go with that.
Yeah.
Humbug. That's just how it be.
Yeah.
But in a general sense, I think that analogy is a good one just because, like, 1 Peter 5 logo. That's interesting. You got all kinds of people hanging out here. 1 Peter 5, you got Angela.
My kids. Oh, goodness.
Oh, no, I didn't hear him. See, you would have gotten away with it. No one would have even noticed, but you let the cat slip out of the bag. So
I can't help it.
But it's a good argument you make because that is an interesting point. It's like
same as Valentine's Day, St. Valentine's Day, St.
Patrick's
Day. They celebrate St. Patrick's Day and St. Valentine's Day, but they're not even acknowledging the saints that they're attributed to.
Oh,
Christmas,
100%.
same thing. St. Nicholas.
Notice how a lot of the Catholic.
Yeah, it's and that's interesting that the way that people just celebrate, it's not the religious aspect. It's celebrating the holiday as a time to have food and maybe some drink, hopefully not too much drink, and enjoy a day off and possibly a parade, or you take your wife for other person out and get flowers and whatever. Yeah.
It's not what me and the wife used to do at Christmas, but okay.
Yeah.
Whatever floats your boat.
Yeah, absolutely.
We're all going to talk about dead people.
I'm gonna make lasagna on Monday, and we're having dinner on Christmas Eve. So we're having lasagna because lasagna is good, and
very Catholic.
Nobody said you had to have a turkey or ham, so we're having lasagna with a little salad and some fresh bread, and I'll be full for a couple of days after, so I'm good to go.
Holidays the world has used to turn on its head and promote various vices. So it's like, for instance, with St. Valentine's Day, unbridled, immoral passions, right?
That depends on how you look at it. If they're married, there's nothing wrong with it, right?
As long as they don't do it in the butt.
What?
I mean, just from the Catholic perspective, I'm just.
Being married though, there's nothing wrong with having a romantic day and getting busy, right? There's nothing wrong with it.
That's the only reason I used to go out with Catholic girls, Joe.
Yeah, right.
Now they can speak about things outside of marriage or something, but they're not being specific because, as far as I know, you're allowed to, do things and think things about your spouse, right?
Oh yeah, anything's on the table with your spouse. Yeah,
it's not immoral, right?
No, definitely not.
Don't. You hear that? You heard it here first, folks. Don't be out on Valentine's Day playing stinky fingers.
and if you do need some stuff for your butt, make sure you go to adamandeve.com and use code word Brentley on checkout, and you'll get a discount.
Yeah. And if you use code word atheist, you'll get a much bigger one.
You'll be told to leave.
Yeah.
Hey, Michael. Hello. How are you? Good to see you, Michael, in the chat.
Oh, Apparently, butt sex
adultery,
is not allowed with your spouse.
homosexuality, things like that.
No.
When it comes to St. Patrick's Day, right? Unbound drunkenness, gluttony, things like that. You could also, even though Thanksgiving Day is not
What
a
about the
historic
saint?
Catholic.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Isn't St. Patrick's Day about a saint? Like what are you talking about, my man?
Well, he's saying
Irish-
that they should be down on their knees doing some devotional or something rather than having some libations and a parade.
Yeah, I bet he is.
the Irish are the most Catholic people ever, I think.
And they like to have a parade and have some libations. And see, you can do it at the same time, apparently, right?
It's okay to get drunk in the Catholic Church, though.
I think drunk is against the Bible. Drinking, but what is
Not
it?
in Ireland, it's not.
I think everything's okay as long as you say sorry. Is what they.
Well,
think.
true. Yeah, you can just go for confession the next day.
Yeah.
I shouldn't have had that last drink. I know what I said. I know I didn't mean those things about your mother, father.
Holiday in the context of the United States, secular culture promotes it as a day of gluttony, right? And you can even say that thing about Halloween, right? We should be one could make the argument.
No, secular doesn't promote anything as a day of gluttony.
And there's no rule that says you have to overeat on Thanksgiving. Okay, you can make yourself a plate without overeating.
Yeah, right.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah, and a lot of people do, and a lot of people make diet choices on holidays because of how they choose to eat, and that's perfectly fine too. So
I eat a whole turkey and a whole pan of stuffing, and I drink a Diet Coke with it, so it's okay.
At least the Diet Coke balances it all out.
Yes.
I'm actually an anti-theist, so I make my turkey eat a whole load of shit, and then I get it pissed.
I get the turkey drunk first.
Yeah, that's what I do.
Oh, we had a big old turkey for Thanksgiving. We did the traditional net. So yeah, we're gonna have lasagna for Christmas. So
yeah, for Halloween, or at least the eve prior, that traditionally the church has always employed fasting, because we need to remember our death. Remember that the spiritual life is more important than the needs of the body, though the needs of the body aren't bad in themselves, of course. But we promote it by gluttony and by the promotion of witchcraft, right?
Oh no!
No.
The fuck? Yeah.
The fuck?
Speaking of witches, marks out of 10 for Angela there.
Oh no!
I'm joking.
Oh, you did it now.
No.
I'm joking.
Don't.
I wouldn't give her any marks.
Beetlejuice.
Yeah, the butt sex was funny, but that's you're going too far now.
Getting too far, yeah. But she's got all of those witch stuff in the background,
Yeah,
even
the
that girl's
witchcraft
looking
stuff.
at him like, what in the hell is he talking about? Like,
Oh,
I'm getting the sexy witch costume for Halloween. Like,
yeah, the little kids want to dress up like SpongeBob, and it's witchcraft. I never understood that whatsoever. It's the stupidest thing. Amongst the many stupid things I've heard from Christians, saying that a little kid wanting to dress up as some cartoon character is somehow anything other than a kid wanting to put on a costume, having some fun, because as we talked about earlier, it's great being a kid when you live in Imagine Land, right? That is a great time to be alive. Don't ruin it for the kid. Let them have those few years where you can be SpongeBob or Superman when you put on that costume. Let them have that, right?
they still get
they want to suck the fun out of everything. You don't have to give them a candy either. You want to give them some healthy snacks, fine, right? But let them have that moment where they can dress up without being called a freaking demon for doing it. Gosh.
They still get to imagine. They just have to imagine other saints and gods.
Yeah. They just have to imagine they're virgins.
Yeah. Yeah.
things
Well,
along that nature.
that and it's totally used as an excuse to be immodest as well. I mean, there's
Oh,
that's
wow.
I mean,
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, yeah.
What's she
Immodest.
talking about? She was taking the cat out of the bag earlier. I heard him say it.
There you go.
Oh,
Yeah.
put that back in the bag, Ripple.
Yeah.
Well, and again, though, pointing out, there's nothing wrong with your wife or the husband, whichever, you want to put on, your, what do you call, erotic clothing and whatever there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
And again, there's nothing, it's only, technically wrong if you're not married, but there's nothing wrong with these. They keep setting up that getting busy is somehow bad, but it's only an adultery situation. It's not for married folks.
Yeah, but to be fair, they're Catholics. So
Why isn't
Yeah.
it that they
there's
think
a hell
that
of a
God,
lot of there's a hell of a lot of guilt involved with growing up as a Catholic.
God made them that way? Shouldn't they want to? Why are they hiding God's creation?
Well, I never understood the whole thing of, you're supposed to, again, you're supposed to be able to mess around with your wife and husband either way, and enjoy, God's gift, all this thing, and babies come out of it and stuff. But the way I read it, there's nothing wrong with enjoying it. And part of enjoying it is all the frills you get, with having orgasms and all these things. So shooting that down, again, I understand the outside of marriage thing, but inside of marriage, hey, I've asked this before, and I don't think there's any problem with them doing any of these things they've said. So
Yeah.
they're a little uptight. Maybe somebody's not getting anything except to make babies,
Yeah.
try a little harder. Maybe check out that Adam and Eve and get yourself some stuff. And if you do, use code word Brentley at checkout, and you'll get a discount. All right. We'll help out Punk Apostate here. And this is a serious ad for Punk Apostate. If you don't know, he advertises for Adam and Eve, and if you use Brentley at checkout, you do get a discount.
And I think that is wrapped up into the occult. And then, of course,
Oh, no. It's the occult, too. Okay, sure.
Christmas is materialism, consumerism,
Covetousness, avarice.
avarice, 100%. Yes.
Yeah.
That's
And
really
so-
interesting.
So it's like all of these holidays you do that. You see that with Easter too. It's like Easter, I don't feel like is really celebrated as much by the pagan world as the other holidays, but
Pretty much the same thing.
You know what?
It's a day to have dinner with people and visit and stuff.
It must be nice to look at how these two are dressed. They're both white. They're they're both looks like they're doing okay. To just think that everybody you just do like we do, and it's all good. Like, these people are idiots. Maybe not purposely, maybe not, like, maybe they're just ignorant to like what the world actually is about, like, maybe, but
Making a dig on atheists sure makes them happy.
yeah. I mean, that's the thing that I take issue with. Not that they believe, just like that they come on here and they look down on all these other people for doing perfectly natural, normal things, because no, we were taught not to do that. We're better than that. We don't do those things. Fuck you.
And again, time and place. I will agree that things of an adult nature should not be around certain age people and different groups of people. And yeah, wear appropriate clothes when you go to church. But I don't think anybody's intentionally, bombing the church with this alluring attire that she's so concerned about. Or maybe they are, and that's why she's concerned about it. I haven't been to her church. So. But yeah, these things, yeah, America is such a supposedly free society, but we have a big hang up about nudity that other parts of the world do not have. It's really odd. Cover it all up with a burlap sack, head to toe. Don't let any ankles show, right?
You still do see a fair amount of it because you'll go and you'll see Easter decorations, but then it's like there's some interesting even psychological connotations that you get with Easter and with Christmas. So for instance, you see with Christmas, the big secular character is Santa Claus. Right now, I'm not here to bash the idea of Santa Claus. I'm separating Santa Claus from Saint Nicholas, of course. But the secular idea of Santa Claus, they've made in a certain sense kind of like a godlike figure because he sees you when you're sleeping. He knows when you're awake. He knows if you're bad or good, and he rewards you based off of those things.
And this is a repeat from the video we just watched from Pastor Corey, who said, isn't it odd how they have this story about somebody that is watching you and rewards and punishes you? Obviously, that's a fictional story. Can't you see that? Hello? Right? Your Bible is a carrot and stick. I don't know how you missed that.
Right. So
are you saying that they're believing in works-based salvation?
Well, you could say that. I'm just saying, like.
Now, here's another part that bothered me. See how she thinks that's hysterical? That if you dare be a good person and think you're getting into heaven, right? Right?
Right.
These works-based people, these people that dedicate their lives to helping others, you use like the Jimmy Carter example, building houses for Habitat for Humanity, when he's 90 years old, he fell down, injured himself. He had a big bandage on the side of his head. He got patched up and everything. And he was back out on the job site there, swinging a hammer, right? Yeah, well, he's out of luck because he wasn't a Catholic. What was he thinking, being a good person, Yeah.
Tell me this whole thing isn't made to appear to be talking down to people, because I really think it is.
Yeah, even other Christians.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah, I think that's what's going on here. Look at him laughing at people who don't, you silly people.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the vibe I got.
In the sense that you could take that and transport that to an American archetype of God, which is maybe not so much works based, but it's be good and God will give you the things you want.
Prosperity gospel.
Yeah. Exactly. And same thing even with.
Oh yeah, prosperity gospel. We'll agree there.
Be good and God will give you the things you want. I think there's a whole lot of people that probably disagree with that go to church every week and it's funny. Those really religious places are incredibly undereducated and impoverished, right? Like.
And of course, if God grants your prayers, it's because God wanted to grant your prayers. If God doesn't grant your prayers, it's because God didn't want to grant your prayers. So there you go.
And if you're a poor kid in Africa with cancer, it's because your family's evil, right?
There's a joke. One of the comedians or somebody goes around with God loves the children of the world except Africa.
Yeah.
Fuck those kids in Africa, right? It's like
I like Ricky Gervais. He says God's like, yeah, I did that and I did that, and he's like, no, sorry, I was giving cancer to kids in Africa that day.
It's odd that, like you were pointing out there. And we're doing it too. We're sitting here, pretty comfortable, all of us, even those of us that don't have it all like that. We're still living pretty good compared to some of these folks in the world. So
Sure.
Yeah,
but I don't pretend like
it's horrible.
I don't pretend like they're not living that way because they don't agree with me. You know, like
Exactly. Yeah, if they only believed or prayed the right way and didn't have that demon statue over there of their ancient ancestors' beliefs or something, and yeah, the list goes on and on.
yeah.
Easter, because notice how Easter, at least in the context of children, is generally presented as a time of when the Easter bunny comes and you get a bunch of physical monetary things, as opposed to focusing in on the reality that this man, the God man, rose from the dead, conquered death, and is here to save the world and to establish his reign over mankind. And so when you lump all these...
torture bit. Don't mention the torture bit.
Yeah. Yeah.
But it's the same thing, though. They're not losing anything because, again, Christians have Easter eggs, Easter egg hunts, Easter bunny, candy, and everything, and so does a lot of the secularized culture, because they often have a lot of friends who are also celebrating this anyways. So they invite them over. Yeah, and you're not a believer. Hey, we're having lots of food. Come on over. You know, you're not losing anything. You're not losing anything.
Yeah.
This once again, it's same-sex marriage, letting trans athletes compete, any of these things, nobody's losing anything. Other people are gaining, right? It's not a loss for you. Get this out of your head that somehow you're being picked on, you're losing out, you don't get to celebrate Christmas or Easter or any of the other 10 Catholic holidays every year the way you want to. You absolutely do, at least in this country, have every right to celebrate those days any way you want to. And us atheists are not the ones saying that you can't do that. I don't know where you get it in your head. And our secular country, again, remember the word secular, is in full support of you celebrating your holiday any way you want to, within, obvious legal limits and everything.
Christmas in July probably pisses them all off, don't it?
See, that's what happened. I had Christmas in July at the Grassman Chronicles.
Yeah.
I'm doomed.
Yeah.
I could feel the flames already behind me. Jeez.
You better.
All right, we got about 8:30 here. We're gonna wrap things up here. A couple more minutes here and we'll call it a night, gentlemen.
Secular holidays together, Christmas, of course, is the nearest. You see how the world and the devil has co-opted these things into debase hedonistic pleasures and like sensual desires become the priority over the spiritual life. And so
why did God allow that?
What's wrong in all this? all the good things, all those, it's like, yeah, that sounds good to me. Right. Well, that's all from the devil. Yeah. Dang it. You know what I mean? That's the same thing as chocolate cake makes you fat, right? It's like, well, what's good for you, right? Kale. Oh, why does it taste so awful? Because it's good for you.
Yeah.
Oh, you just can't win. Yeah, you've got all these desires.
Tastes like chocolate cake, apparently.
Yeah, you've got all these desires. You've got puberty. You've got hormones. You've got orgasms. You've got sensual this, that, and everything else. And everybody likes some part of their body tickled just the right way. And don't do that.
What about fake orgasms? Are those okay too?
I don't know. According to Elaine on Seinfeld, fake.
Yeah.
But here we go again. All right, Simos, here we are. God's at the workbench with the zircon encrusted tweezers. putting together literally miles of wiring between organs and glands and muscles and all these things to tell people, don't you dare use any of this and enjoy yourself. Right?
I'm going to give you this thing and trust you, okay?
Well, what a waste of time. The intelligent designer just did all this stuff so that you can say, don't use this.
Yeah.
You know, imagine spending your whole weekend building a deck, right? But you tell people no one's allowed to use it, and you don't use it either.
Yeah.
You can't even self-pleasure of the deck, okay? You spent the whole weekend just busting your hump building this deck.
The devil
for nobody to ever use. And everybody would kind of say, it's kind of stupid building that deck for absolutely nothing.
Yeah,
Wasn't
you
it?
know the devil invented decks, right?
It's worse as well, because just on the other side of the deck is the place that you're supposed to go. It's got a big sign up saying, come here. This is where you need to be, you know.
Come here and you can have all the decks you want.
Yeah. Just,
The question I think there.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. No, go ahead.
I'm just going to go on a rant about the stupidity of why, why we should listen to people from an Iron Age civilization, right, that weren't even literate to the point of, like the knowledge that had been accrued in the previous 3,000 years.
And you're taking advice on sexuality from people who take a vow of celibacy. Because they're the people to go to. Father, could you tell me, how do I do that special little thing to make the missus happy? You know, it's like, he doesn't fucking know. He doesn't have a clue. Yeah. Hopefully he doesn't have a clue, at least, right?
Well, he knows everything, to be fair, you know. So, he can probably answer me more depth, than most people.
And I always kid with Paul in the Bible, who was celibate, telling people don't mess around. And it's like, well, easy for him. He's celibate, right?
Yeah. Absolutely.
Mind your own business, Paul, right?
Yeah. Oh, dear.
4 is, what should Catholics do about that into context? 1, in their personal life, and then 2, in societal life.
Yeah, I'm like thinking about all of these things that you're saying too, and the atheist
really
then
not?
has to ask themselves why.
No, not at all.
Why are they doing this? Is it really because they want to just spend special time with their family? Do they have this deep-seated desire to be close to God? I mean,
obviously not, because they're atheists.
No. So it must be the other that, you know what? What is it? The joke, an atheist, a Christian, and a Muslim or whatever, they all walk into a bar together and they sit down and have a drink and converse and have a good time, right? This is possible. It doesn't have to be. And that's what they're doing. They're setting it up,
Yeah. Yeah, they're trying to, they're all for the exclusivity. That's what they're
exactly
about. Yeah.
Catholics, to be fair.
I do think
that's the
spirituality.
That's the joke, right? So guy goes up to heaven and speaks to St. Peter and goes, "Oh, welcome to heaven. You made it in. Let me show you around." And he goes, "Over there we've got the Hindus, and over there, we've got the Protestants. Over there we've got the Muslims." And the guy says, "Yeah, well, what's that wall for?" And he goes, "Oh, that's for the Catholics. They like to think they're the only ones here."
Yeah.
Exactly. And that's the thing with when they talk about different levels of heaven.
Yeah.
I'm thinking it's like, what, certain levels keep like the brown people out or something? It's just, how do you have different levels of heaven? That's got to be the most arrogant thing ever, right?
Yeah, well, slavery, and let's face it.
Yeah.
But I mean, it comes from, it literally comes from the, like the Mesopotamian gods and the myths, right? They had different levels of gods.
Yeah. Well,
right?
we're all going to go to heaven.
That's why
but
we sinned, right? Because
yeah,
like it wasn't the main god; it was the gods underneath them that were jealous of the main god and having to work for the main god. So those gods created humans to do the work, so they wouldn't have to. Right?
I just it
And then
gets
the
to me
main
every
god,
time that we're all going to go to heaven, but
Yeah,
sorry for you, you have to stay on that side of the tracks over there.
and then the
Right?
main god went, "Well, what's all this fucking noise?" And the other gods went, "Oh, it's nothing." And he goes, "No, there's definitely a lot of noise down there." So he sent a flood, right, in order to get rid of all the noise.
Yeah, that'd do it.
It's just it's laughable that they still cling to those myths, right? They still have to incorporate some sense of that going on, right? Because that's what's written in the Old Testament, because it's clearly copied, and yet they like to think of it as, oh no, this is all the only dying and rising God is Jesus. This is all original stuff, like it's never been done before.
Well, and
Anyway.
it's been pointed out, it seems kind of commonplace in the Bible. You've got three other people raised from the dead, and all the saints came out of the ground and were walking around.
But no, I literally mean the dying and rising God.
Oh, that
trope,
too.
That trope has been done before. Jesus is not the first time that happened. There's even a dying and rising God which rose after 3 days.
Yeah, well, and the sun god, it dies and rises every day.
There you go.
Reality or religion is written on our hearts. We're actually ordered towards that naturally. That's why if you don't have faith in a certain religion, you will fill it up with something. You will make something an idol in your life, whether it's politics or health, music, all these other things can be.
That just doesn't follow. There are plenty of people, right, that take up mysticism from the East and don't have idols. Plenty of people. It doesn't necessarily mean that you are going to put your spirituality into such a ridiculous place where you think you have to worship something which is material. That's a trope against paganism, right?
Yeah. Because that's what they'll say. You could replace it with something like going for a hike, and that's like, well, that's just paganism because you're going out in nature, and it's like, no, you're just going for a hike. So there's no idol involved.
You're not even doing that. I mean, you can have spirituality without believing, that there has to be a higher power. That those two things aren't necessarily, coexistent.
Well, they have to have it has to be like what they believe. You either have to have something similar to what they believe, which is what she's saying, a replacement, or you go to the opposite and just say, it's antichrist or something like that.
I don't think that's true. I think you can have a spirituality based purely on your ineffable feeling of being grateful. Just the endorphins going into your brain are enough to give that to you. You don't have to attribute that to something which is physical or even spiritual or even immaterial, right? You can just go, I just have a feeling of gratefulness for being me.
Yeah, that's
for being
great.
Alive.
And enjoy it. Yeah, enjoy it. But
and that's all that is. That feeling. You just want to put some name on it because you can't believe that it wasn't just by fortune, right? By pure randomness, right? That you happen to be the one alive.
But don't doubt people that they can't be fulfilled with another religion or another whatever you want to call it. They use to give meaning and fulfillment in their lives. And if religion does that for you, which it does for a lot of people, again, we're not arguing against what your business is. It's your business. But
I would argue that religion.
We're arguing
give you that, right?
Yeah, we're arguing against this.
What gives you that is the rituals that you go through in order to convince yourself that is the case.
Yeah.
That's what gives you the meaning, right? And if you don't need to have those particular rituals. The rituals could be anything. That's what I'm saying, right? It can just be getting up in the morning and smiling. Right, that's enough.
But don't tell, especially, these ridiculous stories that somehow you're being persecuted because somebody else also puts up a Christmas tree or has candy and Easter bunny. Is, again, you're not losing anything. You're not being persecuted, and nobody's out to get you. I don't care what you do. I really don't. Okay. If you have a Christmas tree or not, that's your business. Okay. Just like it's my business if I have a Christmas tree or not. Okay. And there's not a problem here.
Yeah,
I don't see what the problem is,
But of course, somebody's probably out to get you, but it's going to be another fundamentalist, is a theist. Right? Those are the people that are out to get people.
Well, that's like that idiot with the Starbucks coffee cup thing. Remember that guy? And it really,
yeah, I don't mind it either way.
It doesn't say, it doesn't say Merry Christmas on your coffee cup and your life is over because something didn't get printed on your coffee cup. What do you do with that coffee cup? You're not supposed to have idols and stuff, but it seems like it's very important for you to be able to hold that cup with a certain printing on it to drink your coffee out of, right?
Well, and it's very important that you don't, that you can wear your cross. But you don't worship idols, of course. No. And again, there is people out after you, right? There are other fundamentalist religious people, right? Those are the people that cannot stand that other people have a completely different idea of how life can be lived, right? And the values, etc., etc. And they cannot stand the fact that you do not believe in exactly what they believe in and the exact moral code that they believe in.
Yep.
Right? Those are the people that are out to get people, right? People with a dogma so deep and so ingrained that they feel that they have no existence, or they will have an existential crisis if they don't believe.
Yeah, there can't be any other side because they can't see it. They
would have a crisis. They would literally have a mental breakdown if they had to think that they were
wrong. Exactly. That's they think that.
And every time they see
because I don't believe that I can't function or something, right?
And every time they see somebody that doesn't have that belief, they think that's that person telling them they're wrong. And that's dangerous for them.
Yeah.
It's crazy. And there's these people sat in the middle. This is what Sam Harris used to call the shade, right? These people create the shade by which those fundamentalists can get away with what they're doing. Anyway, I'm just ranting. Sorry. Go ahead.
And they're youngins too. So how many years are they going to be pushing this crap? Stop doing it, okay? And once again, I don't think I've mentioned it here, but if you actually want to talk to an atheist, every Saturday we gather here. There's a bunch of atheists here. And if you actually want to know some of these things, you could ask us and actually get an answer rather than making up silly things and straw manning and everything else. To what point, I don't know, because if you're trying to point it out to atheists, we already can see that no, we aren't doing any of these things. And if you're trying to convince your peers, I think your peers are already convinced anyways. So I'm offering, and others here have offered as well. Joe's great about having people on his channel too. You want to talk to an atheist? Why don't you actually come talk to an atheist? Okay.
Yeah.
Gods in our lives. And it is interesting to look at how that plays out differently for all of these different holidays. I don't know. What are your thoughts then, even for the atheists too? I mean, we need to talk about what Christians should do and how to prepare properly and have a proper disposition. But what about atheists? What would you, if you were sitting down face to face with an atheist right now and they were telling you about their plans for Christmas, what they're doing today, by the time our viewers are watching this, or yesterday, what would you say to them?
I would probably just ask them first why they're celebrating Christmas and try to first determine
there a second? I think they should answer this by saying, wait till after Christmas to buy any presents because they'll be in the sales and they'll be a lot cheaper.
Yeah, they are. It's like after Halloween. Best time to get candy, right?
Best time to get your presents after Christmas. Don't fall foul of the capitalist agenda of using Christianity to make money.
Cause for their celebratory actions. But then after that, I would, because 99% of them are going to probably say things like, this is a time that I get to spend with my family. This, whether it be, close relatives or through their, maternal family, something like that.
Sorry, it's just reminded me of another thing. This is another double standard, right? Especially from the Catholics. They like to say, right, that without Jesus, the West would not have all of its great Western stuff, like deep thought, deep art, deep science, and all of this. And yet, here we go, right, with their bullshit about Christmas. Okay, so no, we can have all the deep art, the deep science. So why can't we have Christmas without the actual belief in God?
I don't know.
It's a nonsense. It's a double standard.
Yeah.
They want to have their cake and eat it, as always, right? They're saying, oh, no, you can't have Christmas without Jesus, but you can have all of the art. You can have all of that. You can have all of that stuff, but you've got to know that it comes from Christianity. But you atheists, you can make all that art. You can do, you can have all the philosophy, the atheist philosophers. You can have all the science. How many scientists in the how many philosophers of science, philosophers of religion are atheists? Quite a few, right? The majority, in fact, right? You can have all of that because of Christianity, but you can't have Christmas because of Christianity. Yeah. No, you have to believe in it if you're going to have Christmas. It's just another double standard. Go ahead. Sorry.
Or if they're going to say, it's a time of gift giving, or it's just a time to relax and not be at work, kind of just kick back and look back upon the year. My question is why are you using a Catholic holiday in order to do that?
Because in this country, the government decided to agree with giving you the day off. So, at a lot of places, even places like my son works that are open almost every day, 24 hours, because it's a store. I'm not going to give away which, but he works at a big store. It's open almost all the time, except for Christmas. How about that?
Wow. It's almost like that would be the best time to have off then, Dave. Yeah,
and my other son, obviously enough, also has the day off. Really weird how that works out, even though none of us are Catholics, right?
Yeah.
So, and in this world, and especially where not everybody has the same hours, it's very difficult sometimes. There's been events where one of my sons or both had to work, right? So when it works out that they have the day off, I hear from my other boy. One of them lives at home, the other one doesn't. He moved out. So, I hear from him. And so what are we doing for the holiday? Because we have the day off and it's a chance to, we get to see each other, right? And kind of cool that it works out that the government makes these federal holidays where almost everybody except for emergency services and, the few places that stay open so people can get gasoline or whatnot. But even them, when I worked at the gas station, we were closed on Christmas, right? Some places are open, but a lot of them are closed too. So it's weird how, what was it? The one year we thought we'll just order pizza or something like that. And guess what? Pizza joints aren't open on Christmas. Okay. Because they have the day off. So,
yeah, and of course he calls it a Catholic holiday specifically, right? Yeah. And again, this just, that they're the Catholics. That's why there's a wall in heaven, just so the Catholics can think that they're the only Christians. But no, in fact, in this country, in the 1500s, we became a Protestant country, right? And we have Christmas here, funnily enough, as well. It's not just the Catholics. So that's kind of weird. Doesn't really align with his idea of the Pope being infallible.
And a lot of other cultures have a
time of doctrine. Go ahead.
Yeah, a lot of other countries and cultures have adopted Christmas just because, America's kind of like one of those countries people like to mimic. They like to dress like us and listen to rock and roll music, and stuff. And there's a lot of places that they have Christmas as well, right? So what? Join in the fun, right? You never had it before. Your grandparents don't even know what it is. Who cares? Put up a tree and have some fun. And at the same time, whatever your religion or culture dictates, you can do that with your family and peers at the same time. It's the idea of anybody losing out on this is nobody's losing out. The only people that lose out are, people that have to work on the holiday. And, we should appreciate those that, give the sacrifice and keep the lights and everything proverbially running so that the rest of us can enjoy the day off, right?
Most atheists are leftists, and so I would say, is that not cultural appropriation in a way, because you're stealing somebody else's holiday but then reinventing it for yourself? Wouldn't you?
No. Again, no.
Oh my God, this guy.
The leftists had nothing to do with it. It's everybody. Again, everybody likes Christmas. I don't see why the idea of people just like Christmas doesn't dawn on them at all.
Well, also, as I say, I mean, like the history of Europe is that were almost 99% Christian. Right? That's Europe, right? 500 years ago, well, 300 years ago, if you were anything but a Christian, you were probably in trouble. If you were an atheist or a deist, you literally would lose your life, right? Because Christians would kill people who were not Christian.
Yep.
Right? Now, they would allow Muslims and Jews. That's fine, to a degree. But you had to toe the line, right? You couldn't be outspoken. And they did kill people who were outspoken in those religions. So, he's just unaware of the history, clearly, of Christianity in Europe and Americas as well, right?
Well, he seems to understand that, the holiday has been secularized. It's been commercialized.
It's a different it hasn't been secularized. It's been commercialized.
Commercialized, but secularized as far as getting the day off, and whether you celebrate it or not, you get the day off. You don't have to go to work. So
that's not secular. The reason people have the day off is because it's a Christian holiday.
Yeah.
And guess what? Most people are Christian, so it makes sense to give them the day off because they're going to take it off anyway. Right?
Yeah, how many atheist holidays does the government give you off, right? No.
I don't know if you know
they're all religious holidays, mostly.
I don't know if you know this, but generally, going back in history, people didn't work on Sundays.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's a new thing, right? In modern times, people have come to work on Sundays. Why? Because no one actually gives a fuck about it. They want the cash. Companies want the cash. So they get you to work on a Sunday now. But going back, certainly when I was a kid, right, so you used to go down a high street, any high street around where I lived, and it would be quiet.
Yeah.
Right? There was a few shops open, mainly the immigrant shops, I have to say, that would sell you milk or something on a Sunday, or papers or whatever. But they weren't Christians, so they would work as much as they could because they had to. But no, it wasn't.
That's how the town was shut down when I was a kid. Yeah.
No supermarkets were open when I was a kid.
everybody was at church. Yeah.
Yeah. So, well, I wouldn't say everybody was at church either, but
Well,
point
yeah, or the point
people
was
didn't work
being,
on a Sunday because guess what? Most people were Christians, so it was thought that we weren't going to get a lot done anyway. Just close it down. It's better for everybody.
Yeah. So yeah, that's the thing. And if you choose to, okay, you can make a few extra bucks, or you can choose.
Yeah.
Well, no, I don't want to. I want to have that day off to go to church. Either way, it's not a problem. You're not losing. You're not losing out.
Yeah. Well, you're not forcing your employees to do it. That's the point.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, and like, and as I said, I mean, you wouldn't get a lot for working on a Sunday because not many people went out to spend money. You know, they had a Sunday off. You know what I mean? That was a day off in the week, so they'd stay at home doing stuff. They'd do the chores or the garden or have friends around or whatever.
Yeah,
it is, you know.
as I would say, they just seem to have a problem with people having fun. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah. Why?
People.
How dare you, take your kids to see Santa Claus unless you're a Catholic, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, Santa Claus with the reindeer.
Yeah.
Obviously, the reindeer were at the birth of Jesus.
Is this the line for the Catholic Santa Claus? I can see that working out well.
Don't sit on that lap.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sleighs. Yeah, I mean, sleighs, they were very common in the Middle East back then.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think, we've noticed this before. Yeah, there's a lot of buzzkill just going on. It doesn't matter what it is. If people like some kind of music, it's satanic. You like some kind of cartoon, it's satanic. You like some kind of candy or beer, it's satanic, right?
Yeah.
You find that offensive. And of course, if they were being logical, they would say yes, but leftism is not logical at all.
Oh, here we go. We're getting political.
Yeah.
Leftism is not logical at all. They're out to destroy Christmas. You can't say Merry Christmas. They took it all away from us. We can't go to church. We can't walk around with these shiny crosses around our necks. Look what the awful leftists have done. Well, I got news for you. The awful leftists are probably the reason that you get to walk around with your necklace and go to church and have your beliefs and make videos and say these things and do these things. And without the leftists, you might not be able to do so, because not politically, but religiously speaking, the right on the religious side is not so forgiving. And as Simos just pointed out, if you're not a believer, they just might not keep you around anymore. So the idea that, the leftists are the evil ones taking away what hasn't been taken away from you at all. And in fact, the government even gives you the day off, a holiday to celebrate it. I don't know how you're being persecuted or anything taken away when, like I pointed out, a lot of holidays, the store my son works at is open, right? 24/7. Okay. But not on Christmas. So you're getting something, like Simos pointed out, it's a Christian thing. You're getting the day. And so does everybody else, though, just because everybody else does too. So, yes, once again, we get the day off, and the government is involved. And if we didn't have the day off, then we would probably say, you know what? I don't have the day off, so I can't go to this great celebration or anything. That's just how it. And when I was younger, one of the jobs we had a deal, I should say, that the single guys worked on Christmas so that the guys that had wife and kids could have the day off. On New Year's, the single guys, which I was, got the day off, so we could go out and, party for New Year's. So there was accommodations made just among ourselves to be fair, so everybody had their chance to enjoy their holiday off, I think we're losing Joe.
No, I'm awake.
Oh, okay. So, yeah, it's 9 o'clock. I'm going to wrap things up. My thing from both of these videos that we were watching is that they think they're losing something. They think atheists are taking something away from them. They think the government is taking something away from them. When, if anything, the government and the atheists are the ones that support them the most in what they believe or anything like that. But they're right to do things the same way we have our rights to not be involved in their things. Nobody's taking away Christmas. Nobody's taking away Merry Christmas. We had a ding-dong that's going to be our ding-dong in charge again that was talking about that over and over, that only because of Trump can you say Merry Christmas again. Well, I've said Merry Christmas at least 100 times tonight, okay? Merry Christmas, okay? And I wish people a Merry Christmas. You're not losing Christmas. And I kind of have a little bit of an issue. I don't try to, have a problem with people like these, trying to insult me or anything, but just a little bit, just a teeny tiny little FU that I can't celebrate Christmas, right?
These people are a-holes.
Yeah, and like it says in Life, Brian, thank you so much for the gifts. Next time, don't worry so much about the frankincense and myrrh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I don't think that, well, I've said it before, and I just said it in a video I made, that I don't think these people have ever talked to a non-believer. The things they say, I can't imagine a non-believer actually said these things. So I have to call them out.
We know they don't.
I have to.
We absolutely know this. This is classic, projection. This is what I think they would say if they really believed, right? But denied it in their own righteousness.
Yeah, and I wouldn't get into it with this guy here or this Angela either here, Nicholas or Angela. I would say, well, why can't I have a good time on Christmas? What are you losing? Are you losing anything at all? No, right? You're being silly. Okay, you come on. There's so many things to worry about in this world, and you have to make things up to be worried about, Well,
I suppose. I mean, they're just looking for content, right? And that's they don't care where it comes from. They don't care.
Well, but that's the idea, though.
They're just two Christians flirting with each other loosely, right? Or at least he is. I don't think she's interested. Now I've watched her more closely. I think she's he's a bit. But nonetheless, so, they're just trying to interact and show each other how religious they are and what good people they are. So they might be. So there's other things going on here in this dynamic than just
we all travel.
Trying to get to the truth. Right? They're not interested in doing that. Right?
We all travel. Yeah, we all travel in our circles, and obviously that they're talking to their audience, and that's fine.
Well, I don't think they are. No, that's what I'm talking about. They're not looking for truth here.
No.
They're looking to talk to each other, to demonstrate to each other,
Mm.
How good a Catholic they are.
You think Angela's ever been in a trap house?
No. I think so. Yeah. I think she's been trapped by a couple of priests before.
Yeah.
But I mean, good on them and that. I'm not putting them down as people, right? But like earlier on, right, she got a message on her phone, so she was thinking of doing something else, right? And he was talking directly to her at the time and asking her about stuff, and she was distracted, and she didn't say, "Oh, excuse me," and then ... If she cared about his feelings, she would have said something, about that, because it was clearly she was distracted, and that's fine. She doesn't have to, but it shows, right, psychologically, that they're not interested in talking to each other one-on-one to find the truth. They're interested in trying to demonstrate, as I say, the strength of faith.
Yeah.
Which is what it's about, isn't it? Let's face it. I think everybody that has been a Christian should know, when they get to church, right? What does your mother do? Right? She puts you in your best Sunday clothes. She gets a little hanky out and rubs that bit of dirt off your face. You know what I mean? And sends you into church and says, "Now you don't show me up when we get there." Why? Because it's about a social state. It's about a social thing. It's about playing the part in front of everybody else to show that you are a good member of that society.
Well, to these folks, like it or not, Merry Christmas, okay? And I hope you have a good Christmas. I hope everybody has a good Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, gentlemen. Merry Christmas to everybody in the chat. Merry Christmas to the Christians. If you don't celebrate Christmas, happy holidays. If you don't celebrate any holidays, have a great day. How about that? Take that, okay? Try and give it back.
Yeah. Thanks
It's
for
like
coming.
it's
See
like
you
one of them
later.
big air kisses, right? Mwah.
Thanks for coming.
You
See
can't
you
give
later.
it back.
Thanks for coming. See you later. And may your God go with you.
Exactly. And just for one more time, because I thought this was great. And you see the desk has a tree. So I do have a tree at the desk there.
I missed that. Damn it.
Did you miss the tree?
I missed the tree. Yeah.
Hold on here.
I need to
One
see
more
the
time.
tree, I'm afraid.
Watch the tree there.
Okay.
There's my tree.
Yeah, there you go. There it is. Yeah. Okay, I'll see it now.
Yeah.
All right. Merry Christmas, everybody. Bar humbug.
Oh, this'll cheer you up. Here you go.
The Dickens.
Get your phones out. It's okay. There was a rumor going around that I had a turkey hat on, and it was on Instagram, and everybody was saying, "I saw your turkey hat," and I just wanted to let you know the rumor's true. I do have a turkey hat, and this is why I'm wearing it this morning, because we got some very important announcements. I don't want anybody to walk out, and I don't want anybody to forget what we're doing, okay? So you'll never forget this. A couple things today, seriously. Isn't it great to have fun? I love it.
Oh,
There you go. Isn't it great to have fun? I agree. It's great to have fun, and that includes having fun at Christmas. And I don't know why these people don't want people to have fun at Christmas. I really don't. I hope they have fun at Christmas. They may hope I don't have fun at Christmas, but I hope they have fun at Christmas. Yeah, we're very Christmassy here. We have a Christmas tree, and we have Christmas lights, and we have Christmas presents, and we're going to celebrate Christmas. How about you guys? Are you celebrating Christmas?
Yeah.
See, there you go. Even in Kentucky, they celebrate Christmas.
I doubt it. I will say to the guys, next door or something like that, I've got a woman that lives next door, and I will say, go bang on the doorbell, go, "Merry Christmas, here's your bottle of wine. There you go, thanks so much, have a great year." And, don't ever call me to fix anything. I'm useless at it.
His hat stopped
I don't know.
kicking. I love that
I mean,
hat.
it's about socialism. It's about being social, isn't it? Let's face it.
Yeah.
And that's fine. There's no need to stop being social just because.
Everybody likes the turkey hat.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I I left that little part in on purpose. I couldn't, because I said at the beginning, I trimmed the beginning part out because they were making all their announcements, church stuff and everything, But I had to leave that little thing in. I do appreciate the sense of humor, right? And that was hilarious having that turkey hat on. I've never seen one that kicked like that before. That was pretty good. Still had some kick in it. Just remove the head and was still kicking, right? So I did like the Pastor Corey, although his sermon was terrible, and he might have sucked me in calling it a sermon for atheists. Didn't really mention atheists, I think, but one time while we were watching it. So, but I did appreciate the title. It gave us something to go over, and it's all good.
Yeah.
And the other two with their attitude, they're lighten up a little bit, okay? Really, seriously, lighten up.
I don't know.
Okay?
It's weird because I'm just like the other way around, right? If I wanted to spend time with either one of those, I would go with the second two.
Yeah.
At least you'd be able to have some kind of discussion which made sense. With the first guy, I get the feeling that you go, yeah, but is that atheism? And you go, oh, well, yeah, it is, because atheism is devil worship,
Yeah.
You go, well, not really, because that's a supernatural thing. Yeah, but it is. It clearly says, in the Bible, to do anything but be a worshiper of Christ is the devil worship, And you go, well, yeah, but that's just what it says in the book,
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, but, and that would be the end of it. You'd just
That
be
thing around his neck. That thing around his neck was choking me out too. I could just feel it. I was just like, man,
you'd be throwing tomatoes at a wall, and he'd just
I
be
don't
going,
like
yeah,
but stuff on my neck. So
that's not the wall. Yeah, but I am hitting the wall though, aren't I, with my tomatoes? Yeah, but it's not really the wall.
It's not really. Yeah,
It's
I get you.
You're just hitting things in front of the wall. You're not hitting the wall. Well, you're not really they're not tomatoes. And like that. But at least with the second guy, you'd be able to say, well, I think your belief systems are set up based upon, like Greek myth, and like sort of ancient Babylonian myth, really, and it's a combination of the two. So and you go, okay, well, no, I think you'll find that Jesus said, the rock was Peter, and that's what the Catholics believe, So it's. And you'd be able to get into at least some kind of theological discussion there.
Yeah,
it's the first guy, just not a chance.
Well, I kind of liked the first guy though. I didn't really like the other one. So. Yeah, it's kind of a toss up.
I don't mind. I don't think liking.
I think I'd rather talk with the guy with the turkey hat on myself.
Oh right, so. Well, yeah, no, that fair enough. You'd be able to go, hey, just. Give me some of that incense that you're burning in that thing, right? Because that shit rocks. Yeah, but that's a different thing, That's a different thing altogether. But he's like the like the teenage pastor, or the guy in his early 20s that's become a pastor, and he's just going, yeah, okay, kids, look, I'm down with the kids. I listen to some pretty heavy music myself, kids. Do you really? Because, I'm not sure you do. Oh, yeah, no, I do.
There's always those,
I listen to, I've heard of Crawn. I've heard of Crawn, yeah. I'm down with that, Okay.
All right.
Anyway.
I want to remind everybody once again. Purple's here. I saw purple something. Okay, well, either way, I want to remind everybody again, Purple has the Christmas Marathon, and Joe and I will be participating in it on Christmas Eve. A lot of other content creators will be doing the thing. It's for 48 hours. So if you got nothing else going on Christmas, tune in. Somebody will be on 48 hours straight. And for some of those hours, it'll be me and Joe.
Yeah.
And Joe, you got something going tomorrow too, don't you? Oh, you got Purple on tomorrow, right?
Yeah. Purple will be on tomorrow. We'll talk a little bit about the Christmas thing and and like why we do it and all that stuff. And for the Christmas show, Jenny Morgan will be with me on the show.
Commander is doing Christmas Eve 4 to 5. Okay. You'll be on after Joe then?
No, mine got, or wait, yeah, after me. And then
Yep,
Amber after
Joe.
that.
And Amber after that. Okay. All right. And I hope everybody has a safe and happy holiday. And Merry Christmas once again. And I'm going to keep saying it, whether you like it or not. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. And for those who celebrate others, happy Hanukkah, whatever else you got going on. And if I don't see you before then and now, have a happy New Year. All right.
Yeah. Happy New Year to everybody.
All right, gentlemen, say goodbye and we'll play the outro.
Goodbye, gentlemen.
Gentlemen, goodbye.
Without a sound, history speaks in tales of lore, knocking at the captive dash's door. Oh, legends live within these walls, silent echoes in the halls, books and stories on the floor, knocking at the captive dash's door. Captive desk, hold our dreams, where reality and no myth seems. In conversations quiet flow, the mysteries untold will know. Legends live within these walls, silent echoes in the halls, books and stories on the floor, knocking at the captive desk. Nerves are wide, hearts are keen, pages turn to secret scene, ancient maps and hidden lore, knocking at the captive desk's door. Oh, captive desk, hold our dreams, where reality and no myth seems. In conversations quiet flow, the mysteries untold.